Hello, and welcome back to this week's episode of Crow Lane. It's a fun one today, guys. But first, I am Jess. I am your game master. You can find me on the internet at Seriously, and I'm going to introduce my lovely cast, or they're going to introduce themselves. Starting off with Bree.
Hey everyone, I'm Bree. I use she, her pronouns. You can find me the one place on the internet at BreeQ at Blue Sky. I mostly talk about Magic the Gathering, LGBTQ politics, and I don't know, social justice stuff. I also shitpost a lot, so be prepared. Yeah, that's me.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for the era of Blue Sky and finding Bree on there. Next up is Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Sapphic Dragonona. You can also find me going for a nice long walk because it's probably springtime where you guys are by now. And you know what would go great at the end of your long walk? A book. Go to your local library and go pick up a book to take with you and enjoy in what hopefully nice weather. Enjoy.
I actually went to a library for like the first time in like 10 years yesterday. Those things are high tech now.
Dude, it's crazy.
It's really wild. You can like a computer does it for you. It's crazy.
They do.
Moving
Tell you
on.
about the sorting machine later.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, next up is James.
Buddy, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me most places at Nice One James or TTRP Gay. It's a little plot hook from me to you. You're welcome. You can also find me consuming so much Dragon Age content that I sort of warrior cats transform into a dragon, an aged dragon, if you will. So look forward to that. That'll be fun.
Warrior Cats. That's a throwback. Go to your library and get out your Warrior Cats book. Moving on to Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. Pick one, I'll be there. You can also, I like this train. You can also find me but not at my local library, at your local library. I'm behind the third stack. You can only see me out of the corner of your eye. Mwah.
I didn't see you yesterday.
Did you look out of the corner of your eye?
No, I don't have any.
Well, there's your problem.
And last but never least, Titi.
Hi guys, I'm Titi. They any pronouns. You can find me sitting by my wife pretty much all the time.
Excellent. That's how it should be. For us, Starlight Tales, you can find us on social media. Yes, we are there sometimes, but most of the time, because Dan does a great job of managing it all. You can follow us. We're usually at Starlight Tales or sometimes at Starlight Tales _. Updates and announcements usually go up on Twitter and or Blue Sky, depending on, I don't know, maybe Twitter is dead by the time this comes out. Hopefully. If not, we'll be on Blue Sky. You can also follow us on Instagram and TikTok for fun clips and snippets, and you can watch full VODs and full campaigns over on our YouTube. Finally, you can also use code STARLIGHT10 for 10% off your order at Die Hard Dice. And I think that's it for announcements, because I'm not a time traveler and I don't know what's happening in February? I don't know. Maybe it's Valentine's Day. Who knows? Happy Valentine's Day. I love you and I love love. I'm gonna pass it on over to our history. Last time on Crow Lane, the Crowcolts scrambled to come up with a plan to release the trapped souls down in the abandoned Dorithian mines. And fast, because Molly was in the midst of setting some very dangerous traps in order to stop them. Their plan? A second seance attempt, this time in the abandoned section of the Crowcolt Memorial Graveyard, where our family called upon spirits of Dorithium's past to aid them in the release of their loved ones. A tentative agreement made, the Crowcolts descended into the depths, each family member facing haunting personal trials before one by one finding themselves stolen away into the darkness. The last remaining family member to reach the Chamber of Golden Statues was Reva herself, where Molly awaited with her kidnapped family members. But unprepared for a ghost army to come to their aid, neither Molly or Wallow were unable to stop the Crowcolts in time as they destroyed her traps and unbound Wallow's many souls with the power of pure daylight. Enraged, Molly had no choice but to retreat back to her lair, and now the Crowcolts prepare for their final confrontation, knowing that only one will leave victorious. We're going to pick up pretty much exactly where we left off. You are in this underground cavern that is stale with the kind of like electric aftermath of huge quantities of magic. These golden statues, now hollowed out and empty and rather mundane looking in this kind of like dim light, are dotted around you. The dust is quite literally settling as the kind of like fine earthen dust drifts from the ceiling. And Rodella and Reva, you are at the center of this room, taking in the rather abrupt change to Rodella's appearance, as she is now around 20 years older than she was about 5 minutes ago. What would you like to do?
I think I would like to continue holding my wife. And I think there's this moment here of just like, this is still the woman I love. And I think that's kind of what that's entirely what I'm focused on.
I think Rodella is kind of, slack in your arms, just kind of staring down and turning her hands over and over, and just kind of like bewildered. And I think after a long moment, this kind of like strange resignation settles over her, and this thought kind of passes through her head of, well, I finally look the way I've been feeling inside. And she just kind of quietly turns so her head, her mouth is up against Reva's ear, and just says, feeling pretty sprightly for an 80-year-old?
I think I smirk a little bit. And you're still looking mighty fine for an 80-year-old.
I do worry a little bit how this might impact going into the finding Molly.
It doesn't change a thing. I'll just have to be a little bit more careful.
Finally. I should have gotten older sooner. I think Rodella looks around, finally just kind of like, I cannot deal with this right now. This is an issue for later, and starts looking around for the kids.
I mean, I think you're met with like a crowd of maybe concerned faces, at least on Tennant's side. I think he's struggling to kind of draw his eyes away from like just the sheer difference in how you look. But every so often is kind of like eyes are darting around the room, kind of remembering the very sudden collapse of this space the last time. Yeah.
Should we get out of here?
It's probably wise, yeah.
Do we need it to grab anything from? Yeah, I don't know. This, bring up the lanterns, the sunlight. I don't know, magic stuff.
I think that while that was happening, in an effort to not crowd people and to also be doing something, Ruby has definitely gone and like grabbed one of the lanterns and like detached it from whatever it was attached to. I think when she turned, so daylight you have to center on something. I don't think she had the wherewithal to center it on anything other than herself. This does not match the mood. She looks like a Himalaya salt lamp. And I'm so sorry.
Okay, interesting.
That's the only thing I can think of. But has also pulled her hood up so that the like daylight that is still going isn't like blinding everybody to look at her. But is now just
Yeah, so not a dimly lit room actually.
No,
Ruby's just like fully lava lamping it.
she's kind of every time she turns to look, it is like a lighthouse.
Oh my god.
That is incredible.
We're having this touching moment, and there's just beams of light occasionally spotlighting.
Rodella just gets a highlight on her face.
But yeah, we should get out of here before this place collapses in on us.
You get a look of like, that's not funny.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah.
I want to, if it's okay, I also want to take one last moment just to be like, has the curse lifted from the gold, I think, at this point? Like, is it normal gold, or is it, like, still infused with magic at this point? Like, has the curse sort of worn off here?
How are you checking that?
Stab the gold.
Well, the dust had settled on it, right?
Dust had
That was
settled on
not
it.
the case before. It was like
Dust hasn't
magically
settled on the
still-
gold.
Oh, never
Oh.
mind. I made that
Oh,
up in my
okay.
brain.
Sorry, I meant like just the dust had settled in general.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
I
it.
got
Okay. So I think, I guess the thing that I am looking for is, like, is there dust settling, or is it still sort of, like, just through, like, physical observation? Like, is this behaving like a natural material, or is this behaving like something that's been enchanted still?
Yeah, make a perception check to kind of glean some insight here.
It's going to be a 22.
So, as before, dust has not quite settled on this material. You'd know that when the kind of souls were released, the kind of innermost, for want of a better word, corpses of these trapped bodies have kind of disintegrated. And so all that is remaining is the kind of hollow shells made out of this gold. The only thing that's really settled onto it is that kind of fine sea spray that Molly left behind when she retreated. And so it's given them this kind of like soft golden glow. They're still very highly reflective. So it's almost like it doesn't hold that same animosity and like darkness of like that kind of like sick feeling that you got when you looked at these statues before. But in terms of the gold and the properties of the gold itself, it looks fairly unchanged.
Got it. So it's like, I'm just trying to conceptualize. Yes, we've done what like Molly has done to the souls and everything that's been trapped here, but there is sort of the original curse of Lennox Moore that's like sort of still left to solve. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think I sort of logged that thought in the sort of back of my mind. And then I think I want to take Rodella's hand and then start making my way back towards, I think, the route that we took to come in.
Sure. Yeah, you don't get any tremors, any rumblings on this time around. You can go back up the kind of like the almost like vertical kind of like landslide of dirt that led you out onto the upper floor, and then you just simply have to go along a corridor and you find, as it was before, the elevator waiting there for you. Now that the illusions of this space have dropped, it's very much as it was the first time you entered the mines. Doesn't feel great, still feels very haunted to fuck, but less of the sea hag's influence resides in this space.
I think I sort of gesture to the elevator, and I sort of motion to Rodella to go up first.
Gentlemen, I think I get on, and you can tell from the little walk that we made that like it's a little bit more labored than it usually is.
And then I kind of like look to the rest of the family. Are we the sort of like, hey, like, let's go?
Yeah. We'll figure out what we're doing once we get out of here. Kind of like, I think leads Rose into the elevator, like, we have this conversation, like, when we're not underground. Yeah, you can all file into this elevator. I assume Nadette grabs the lever once more, pulls it,
Yeah.
and there's that grumbling and metallic grinding as this elevator starts its ascent again. You're very deep in the lowest areas of the mine, so again, it takes close to 10 minutes for you to really reach your way to the top. But those 10 minutes pass unremarkably, and you reach the very top level, which is where that very first battle with Wallow was fought, in those upper tunnels. When you exit, you can sense a strong scent of like sea salt in the air when you reach this level, and without even any sort of perception check, you can see at the very far end of this like long hallway that splits off into many different directions. It's more well lit than what it was previously, and you can remember that on this level there is an entrance to where that crypt is, and usually there is, a solid wall there that gets lowered and risen again. It just, from the amount of light filtering through from the other end of this hallway, it feels like the wall to the crypt is lowered, and this is very much where Molly retreated to.
Should we, I don't know, have people like stand guard here for a while until we're fresh and can come back and finish the job, just in case she something?
From the look of her, I don't think she's coming back here, but secondly, I don't really feel great about. I don't think we'll have many volunteers to kind of stand guard, given what happened to the last set. So maybe whatever prep we need to do, we just get done as quick as we can.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Nadette is gonna like cast around on the ground and find just like a rock, and is gonna turn to everyone and be like, "I'm fine," and then is gonna like cast magic mouth and then scream into this rock as loudly and as longly as possible. And I want to use it so like if anything moves by this entrance, the scream echoes, so hopefully someone will hear it.
You know I've got an alarm spell, right?
Well, yeah, but that's more fun. Sometimes you just gotta yell.
Alright, yeah, sure.
Cool. We'll set that there.
Great. So what are you guys doing? Are you exiting these mines for now to kind of carry out your preparations?
I think so.
Are you
yeah.
going
I think so.
through the crypt route, or are you going kind of back up through the trees?
Like back up through the trees.
Yeah? Okay.
I kind of want to look. I'll turn off my high beams and be sneaky.
Yeah, you can split up if you want.
I think that Ruby like dispels the daylight spell and kind of like is looking at the family and is looking at the path to the crypt and is looking and is like, is anyone gonna try to stop me? Because if not, I'm gonna go.
I think Rose gives you a slightly exasperated mom look of like, you're joking.
I think I shoot you the look of like, if you die, I'm going to kill you again.
I think Tennant glances
But
at
it's
the
okay.
dead, and it's like a silent, please go with her.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Follow you, Ruby.
So 4 of you go up through the kind of hidden tree staircase, and Ruby and Nadette, you walk the long passage of this tunnel, and as expected, you come up to the crypt. You remember you're kind of brought back to the moment in that first Wallow fight where like Reva kind of like burst through like the smoke in this kind of like badass like fashion. This wall is now lowered. The stench of like sea mist, of like just that kind of briny, like fishy smell is very strong here. And you can see the walls are very recently glistening and wet from this ritual having been recently activated. But otherwise, this space has no one in it. Nothing left behind.
Gross. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. Seen enough?
That's disappointing.
I mean, well, think of all the things we can turn this room into, though.
A nightclub.
A second nightclub.
Oh, it could be a secret nightclub, like a speakeasy.
Secret nightclub. So like an extra secret. Okay. Who gets to
Yeah.
come to this extra secret nightclub?
I don't know, people who are like chill, I guess.
How many of those do you think we have on this planet?
Well, with the money from tourists will be coming and make this tourist
Right, the
destination.
tourists.
I'm thinking a water park.
Okay.
We can name it
sure.
like Molly's World or something. She'd hate that. Be a good revenge plan.
Right. Let's focus on putting her in the dirt before we decide to dance on a grave. Yeah?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Let's get out of here. It smells.
Okay, so what are you guys doing to prep for this kind of final confrontation? And how long are you spending doing it?
I would like to go to bed. As my friend.
Sure. Yeah, so you need 4 hours. Are you like sleeping? Are you trancing? What does that look like for Rose?
I think at this point Rose is like, I would just like to conk out. I think she's just gonna sleep. And I think that Rose just like walks through the door, and as soon as she can be free of her children, just like takes a big blanket, burritos, and just straight into bed. Almost wordlessly.
Yeah, Sam's there kind of like it's probably the very early hours of the morning, maybe like 4 or 5 in the morning. So she's kind of like knocked out on the couch, and I think Tennant just kind of like leaves Sam on the couch, leaves you to kind of like burrito, and just kind of like I think starts like cleaning. Doesn't know like what else to do. You know when you like anxiety clean your kitchen? I think they just are kind of like they obviously like they have all of their weapons like cleaned and prepped, and I think they're just left with like, what the fuck do I do? Let me just do the dishes for a sec, because like I don't think the dishes have been done in this house in probably like a couple weeks.
Sure.
Yeah. I think at some point we'll probably shake Sam gently on the shoulder and just let her know that she is released of her duties, and also we might need her back in a minute, and also her girlfriend is alive. I think he says that, and Sam gives him a bit of a look, which you two does not pick up on. Nadette and Ruby, what do you split off and do?
I feel like it's just a lot of weapons prep. It's
Mhm.
kind of a lot of the same stuff as Tennant. She's kind of I think she at this point has like most of her shit on her already.
Yeah.
But is just like, I think is kind of trying to get some of like that nervous energy out, and so is kind of like probably like just doing laps of the property and checking her stuff as she goes.
I think Nadette is gonna go to like the storeroom and can I get some, or go and purchase, if we don't have any, some healing potions just for
Yeah.
in case.
Yeah, you can get 6 of them, one for each of you.
6 standard regular.
Yeah.
Yay! Okay. We'll do that, and then I think we'll go home and go through like 5 outfits to find the right outfit. I think we'll stand in the mirror for a long time, like doing makeup, undoing makeup, doing illusions, not doing illusions, and then I think for the first time ever decides to just go into this fight with like a bare. Yeah.
Reeve and Rodella, what are you up to?
Hey TT, can I ask you? Wait, let me Hey TT, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Back during like in the way back before times of sort of like Rodella the bodyguard, like what was her battle prep like?
Oh,
And do you
jeez.
go through that old routine?
I think it's a very practiced dance that the two of them have, that even after all these years and even after years of like kind of general peace, I feel like they fall back into it so easily. It's like riding a bike. It's very like the kind of movement around each other and the, yeah, I think they do have kind of like a prep, battle prep, like movement between the two of them. I think a lot of Riddell and Riva's like interactions are very much like a dance, and I think this is kind of one of those.
I think as we slip into this old dance, I think for the first time, Riva slows down as a partner, I think, and sort of pays attention to you. And like there's moments of little hiccups where like way back at the beginning of all of this, where we'd be in sync and each one of us would be double checking our own sets of gear and our own sharpened knives to make sure like everything was well oiled and tied up tight. I think for the first time, not for the first time, but this time, I think I'm paying more attention to you and making sure all of your things are set and taken care of. And
I think initially it causes a little bit of a like, there's a couple of moments where it's like, oh, whoa. and I think at first there's a little bit of like confusion and resistance from Adela when the rhythm is kind of thrown off. But as she starts to kind of clock into what's happening, I think this sense of like gratitude settles over herself, and she finds that she's able to slow down a little bit and keep pace in a way that she feels like she can right now. And I think after a while, Rodella, as she's, having help from you putting on the last little bits of her armor, stops and takes a look at herself in the mirror for the first time since all of this happened. And I think she kind of like stares at herself, and her hair, which used to be, it had these kind of like gray with maybe like a streak of white, is now completely white. And she can see so many more like fine lines, and she can see the little, veins kind of peeking through skin that's much thinner and much more papery. And, she has a little thought of like, not too bad. I'm aging well. but it's a little bit bittersweet. And she's been kind of pushing aside the thoughts that are kind of steeped in fear, but they start to bubble up a little bit. The same way she's feeling a little bit of hope for the first time now that they know Molly's lost a bit of her power. The kind of deep-rooted like fear that she's had brewing inside of her since she gave up something during that ritual kind of creeps up, and I think she just starts thinking of all the ways that this could go wrong. And will she be able to fix it? Will she be able to, will she have the strength to do this again? Will multiple people, and it's just like spiraling a little bit as she stares at herself in the mirror. And I think you can feel her start to like shake a little bit.
I think there's a moment where I see you shake, and I think I'm behind you, helping cinch your strap one notch tighter. And I think I like feel you shake for a moment. And then I want to put my hand on the small of your back.
I think her head quiets a little bit.
One last dance?
I hope so. I hope so.
We could start taking dancing lessons after all of this is over. I know you've always wanted to.
I think Rodella starts to cry. I think for just a moment, like you just hear like a little like hiccup, and then there's just tears pouring down her face.
Oh my gosh, my big softie. That's me coming out.
She looks bewildered at this reaction. She starts like frantically like wiping away at the tears.
My question for you all, in this moment and among all of you, as you kind of finish readying for this battle, what, if any, goodbyes do you make to each other, to your loved ones, to yourselves? Riva and Rodella.
Oh, what kind of question is that, Jess?
A little fun one.
I think for Riva, I think I reflect on all of my deepest fears, right? And I think the biggest one is a worry about the family falling apart. And I think there's this moment where there's a recognition of how that fear has driven so much of what she has done with her life. And I think she juxtaposes that against what Molly is. Someone who's just been governed by fear. And I don't know how to articulate what it is that she says bye to. But I think there's a holding and like acknowledgement and a very real reckoning when this is what I'm most afraid of, and it's time to face it.
Della.
I think Rodella can't quite bring herself to even think about that. I think she's always kind of felt like she's been in a state of saying goodbye. And I think in this moment, it's the first time that she's really trying to push that feeling aside because she doesn't have the strength or the bravery to push through it right now. So I think she goes into this with the sense of like, no, this is going to be a new beginning. This is going to be a hello to something. And tries to kind of like push down that feeling of foreboding.
Ruby.
I think that after maybe her 5th lap around the property, and realizing that there is no amount of walking or running or flying that is going to make her feel prepared and calm, I think that she goes back up to her room and sits on the ledge by the window, curtains for once in her life thrown open, with one hand resting on the weathered, covered in scratches perch that has sat empty in this room for over a year. And she thinks about the moment of fear and pain and loss, not even her own loss, but her worry for what that loss was going to leave her family with the last time that she died. And she thinks about the moment of relief that came when she was on the other side and she saw her best friend waiting for her. But then she takes a deep breath and she feels again crackling and roiling inside of her this hearth that is not hers. That she was given, that she would give anything to give back, but that for now she just has to safeguard as best she can. And she looks out the window to the moon that's hanging low in the sky. And she just says, "Not yet."
Nadette.
I think most people growing up have this, like, well, everything will work out for me kind of attitude. Like, well, I'm not gonna be the one that's hurt in an accident. You know, something terrible happens to. And I don't think Nadette had that growing up. I think there was always this awareness that, like, yeah, bad things can happen to you. They can happen to anyone, no matter what. Because as much as the family tried to, you know, keep her out of that, like, she saw it every day. But I think in this, for the first time, Nadette has that feeling of, like, no, things are gonna work out for me. Like, it's just like the optimism of youth hitting Nadette for kind of the first time. In a, like, yeah, things are bad and they're gonna be bad for a while, but I think ultimately they're gonna work out and, like, I'm gonna be okay and my family's gonna be okay. And so I don't think, like, the thought of goodbye even enters her mind. I think when she's in her battle uniform, hair in 2 braids, she goes down, opens a bottle of wine, pours herself a glass, pours a glass for Sam if Sam's comes back, and I think is just gonna like sit and just like start to plan her wedding. Like, this isn't a end, this is only good things coming. Like, yeah, this is what you're supposed to feel like. Yeah.
I think you can feel for Sam, she tries to adopt the same strategy and take your lead. And it doesn't sit quite as comfortably in her body or on her face, but she does so for you. And finally, when it's time for you to leave, she kind of drains her own wine glass and she kind of like swipes a thumb across your cheek and gives you a measured look and goes, "See you later."
Absolutely.
And gives you a big old kiss.
Give her a kiss back.
Rose.
Yeah, I think that kind of similarly, but for different reasons to Nadat, Rose doesn't feel the instinct to say goodbye because I think Rose has faced the end of the world and watched the sun rise afterwards so many times that it's sort of hit a point where it's like, whatever's gonna happen will happen, and it's gonna end how it's gonna end, and then in a little while time will pass and it'll be nightmares. And so I think that Rose doesn't feel that like urge to put things right, but I think she wakes and will, through love and blackmail and force, make her husband put the dishes down for 20 minutes, and I think just like lay in bed for a little while. And I don't think consciously, but in a very similar ritual to the last night in the ant farm, we'll just like hold him and brush through their hair and just like in the quiet, like experience the warmth of just like being with someone you love, knowing that this is the calm before the storm and believing that you're gonna weather it somehow. And I think like once they finally make themselves get up, we'll do some business. I think we'll leave the scroll of teleportation circle and non-detection folded on the counter for Sam, just in case. I think we'll go into her children's rooms and very, very careful not to wake them up. We'll just druid craft a flower for each of them on the nightstand. And then we'll, once again, press a kiss to Tennant's temple and cast Death Ward and then cast Mage Armor on herself.
Sure. I think the last thing Tennant does before you leave the cottage together is kind of like fish from his pocket a little like velvet pouch. It's like this soft, like very midnight black velvet, and it's not velvet in terms of the material, but in terms of the like the way like the back of like a crow's like feels on your finger, and he kind of like loops it around your neck, and it kind of like settles against your chest and goes, "Bag of holding for the mirror in case you need it."
Right. He like looks down at it and looks back up at him and just, thank you.
Just big on the inside.
Didn't expect a pre-battle gift. I didn't get you anything. I'm sorry.
There's still time. Kind of leans in for a kiss.
Yeah. I kiss him. And then I'll force a mirror into this teeny tiny bag somehow.
Yeah, easy.
Nice.
Yeah, I think whilst you were sleeping, and I think Sam kind of like shows up, giving you guys about like an hour to spare, just so like Tennant can do the things that he needs to do. I think Tennant goes around the streets of Dorithium door to door, knocking on the doors of the family members of the crew that they just lost, and gives them the news. And you can all reconvene at the crypt, at that trapdoor that leads down into the depths. The sky is like this strange, like sickly pink with the first kind of like, it's maybe about like 7 a.m.
Can I ask one more prep time question very quickly?
Yeah, of course.
Does anybody have a free attunement slot, and do you want this Cloak of Displacement? Because I can't use it, and we're about to get hit so much, probably. Do you want
I
to,
don't
Mara?
think I'm attuned to anything, actually. I would
Really?
love it.
Yeah, then I will give it to Tennant and send it with him to drop off on the way.
Yeah.
It's yours.
Yay! Thank you.
Yeah, get some good use out of it.
And I think the very last thing Tennant does before you kind of descend down into this crypt is activate the warding bond tattoo for you, Rose.
I think Rose gives him a very fond kind of stink eye that says, I was gonna do that!
I think it gives you a look of like, I know, that's why I did it.
Yeah, but I'll just squeeze his hand a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, any last words between you all before you go down into this crypt?
I've got a healing potion for all of us if we need it. Should I disperse them or should I hold on to them to bring to you all?
It's probably a good idea for everyone to have something in their pocket.
Okay.
Don't worry about me though. I think for some reason I've been carrying around a superior healing potion for like a year and a half. So you just hang on to yours and I'll just mine.
Look who's
Found it in
so
my pocket.
fancy. All right, I'll have an extra then if anyone needs it.
Okay.
Ready for this?
Really looking forward to the day we don't have to get in that fucking elevator anymore.
Yeah.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, we're gonna have to swim now, aren't we? Fuck.
Yeah, a bit. We'll hold up the necrotic seaweed. Does anybody want this? Looking at old lady Rodella very pointedly.
I think Rodella is like avoiding looking back.
This is the same tone of voice that Rodella would use when it's like, "Do you want to put on your coat, sweetie? Like, do you think it's a good idea to wear a hat? Do you want to?"
Yeah, Rodella's standing there in her heavy armor, just kind of going like, "Might be a good idea."
Yeah, and we'll hand it over.
Thank you.
When we're in the elevator, I think
Oh, hold on.
We're not
No
going in the
elevator.
elevator.
No
We're just
elevator.
going into the crypt.
bless.
Okay. We finish this one way or another, yeah? No fucking burial at sea, no body lost to time. We're gonna put her in the fucking dirt when we're done. Yeah? Okay.
And we're all gonna be fine.
Well, why'd you fucking say that, Nadette? You jinxed it. God damn it. And starts heading down into the hole.
Like, fine, we're all gonna die. It'll be the end. Like,
There you go, you fixed it.
Okay.
The rest of you pick up on what Nadette and Ruby saw earlier, which is that the walls of this crypt are still slightly damp, and there is a strong briny scent in the air. How did we do this the last time? I feel like it was an accident.
We all fucking
Let's
Hold
hold
up.
hands.
hold hands and let it
Oh, excellent.
go.
Great.
Yeah.
Great pre-battle ritual. Yep, okay. Oh, let's hold out their hands for someone to take.
Everybody
Yeah.
hold hands.
hold hands.
You guys hold hands in a circle around this egg, and immediately, as expected, inky black water begins to drip from that carving in the ceiling. And those of you, I think, Rose and Reva, what you did not see the last time this ritual was activated, you watch as this inky black water splashes onto the floor, and it takes, a good kind of like 5 minutes for enough water to kind of like collate and collect in this room. And finally, the level of this liquid rises and rises until it is flush with the podium that this golden egg is sitting on. And as soon as that gold comes into contact with that ink, there is a brilliant light that fills the room as that golden egg starts to give off an intense glow. And the walls of this room start to rotate, and the floor starts to lower. And all of you hold hands just a little bit tighter as the floor lowers, revealing chambers kind of in the wall that suddenly gush out spurts of, like, you know, again, that briny, dark seawater. And I think you feel, whoever's holding Tennant's hands feels intense anticipation of the creatures that you met the last time you were in this room. But all you get is maybe like a few bones that kind of like float and chum around in the water. There are no sea creatures left. And finally, this floor lowers and stops, and by now you have this tall podium that this egg is still sat on top of. And all of you are treading water, and you've seen this carving emerge on the face of one of the faces of this podium, another bird with its mouth open. And as soon as that water level reaches the beak of this bird, an alcove opens, and you see a glimmering golden light at the very bottom that you would have to swim down to examine further. Tennant kind of gives you a look, Nadette, of like, is this what you saw before? Because none of the rest of you saw this.
I think Nadette just kind of like flashes and wiggles an eyebrow and says, "Race you down," and then just like swimming so fast.
Boy.
Did the rest of you follow? Yeah, big gulp of air. You dive down into the water, and you see through the murk, only because of the light that this is giving off, do you kind of see it in this alcove. At the bottom of it is quite clearly a glowing teleportation circle. It will take one person at a time to step into the alcove and go through it. So, Nadette, do you go first?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I get there first, I'm going in. Someone beats
Sure.
me, they can go first, but I'm swimming so fast.
Can I get an order for how people go into this teleportation circle, please?
Do we want to roll initiative, or is it just...
No. I'll tell you.
I will be on Nadette's ass.
Okay. Nadette, Ruby.
I'm going after Tennant, so whenever Tennant goes.
Okay. Tennant, Rose. Medela, Reva. Okay. Upon kind of like stepping into this teleportation circle, what each of you feel and what each of you see as each of, you know, the person ahead of you disappears is the surrounding water begins to like swirl and churn. And each of you feel this kind of like suffocating yet weightless sensation as you are swept into what becomes a vast vertical tunnel of storm and seawater. This long, elongated tunnel churns with these dark, kind of almost bioluminescent currents. But additionally, what you see and what you hear is lightning flashes, and they illuminate these kind of like swirling shadows in the water around you, and the kind of echoed, distant thunder rolls ominously. It's as though if a whirlpool and a tornado could be one and the same, you imagine it would feel something like this. It's this combination of like driving rain and violent seawater as currents swarm around you and above you, and it's like you are falling through the eye of this raging storm. And then suddenly, you are on solid ground. Those winds, the current, retreat. And you find yourself, all of you, deposited at the edge of a giant underwater cavern. What you see is on the walls of this cavern kind of faint bioluminescent coral and like sea anemones and lichens. They cling to these damp stone walls, giving this kind of like eerie, barely lit appearance. The main source of light is directly above you, You look up and you see that storm tunnel you traveled down. This gaping open tunnel of seawater stretches as far as your eyes can make out. You even feel like the pressure in your ears popping, and you immediately get the impression you are very, very far below the ocean, and you are looking up through the rest of it. Wind howls through that opening, and this sound kind of blends with the distant roar of waves. This like steady cascade of rain and seawater pours through that tunnel, and it creates this like constant falling, like dripped rhythm that echoes in this very vast space. Swirling storm currents still continue to spiral down this vertical shaft, and you see black clouds churn and twist, and occasionally they're shot through with like arcs of this like blue-white lightning, and it briefly illuminates this entire cavern like a strobe light. And this is how you begin to kind of get your bearings and see what is around you. One lightning flash, and it throws long, sharp shadows around you as you see giant stalactites kind of stretching down from this cavern ceiling. A second flash of lightning reveals around you kind of like piles of washed up debris, these barnacle encrusted beams, these giant like rusted huge iron chains, and these like rotted nets tangled with seaweed. Another lightning strike illuminates the moment. This dark wave kind of throws itself, crashes against a great big jagged rock formation. And you see around you this ungoverned ocean surging into this cavern from a source unknown to you. And a final flash of lightning reveals the largest structure of all. At the very widest point, you see a half-sunken shipwreck forming a skeletal silhouette against its surroundings. And even in its ruin, its outline is unmistakable. Dark and monstrous, this is the ship once sailed by the Sea Devils, the ship known as Hell's Gate, and it has been torn in two halves. Its hull lies cracked and broken, gaping wounds in like the once varnished wood, now rotted, reveal the kind of skeletal framework of its innards, now mostly drowned and submerged. The ship seems to groan and creak as water kind of laps against the carcass of it through its very bones. This vessel that once boasted, I think, probably 3 or 4 huge masts, all of which, except for one, are shattered. This one remaining mast is barely upright, and its black sails kind of like are torn and flutter pathetically in this kind of strange whistling wind. What do you do?
I think I look upon this wreckage, and I think there's a weird combination of emotion there. I think what's not surprising is sort of like the disgust and the sort of the memories of this ship. I think what is surprising is a little bit of sadness, because I think in a little bit of Riva there was a pride in this ship and what this once was.
Yeah.
Rodella and Riva didn't see what the kids saw in the Ruby, and so this is the first time we're looking at this ship in a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Rodella, you know, not having as many memories as Riva on this ship, but the ones that she does have, having been both some of the most, you know, beautiful formative moments of her time getting to know this family and falling in love, and also some of the most brutal and horrific moments, and, you know, having to endure being with this bloody crew and being with the man that she hates the most. And I think that seeing this kind of ghostly shell of what that used to be brings a lot of strangely like youth back to her. And I think she stands up a little bit taller.
I think Nadette is gonna take a step back, kind of by Rose, and just kind of like, I think kind of like just like grab your hand a little bit as a like, yeah, this is new for both of us, isn't it? Like, like just a little shared like, this is monumental for everyone else. That's wild. And I think it's just gonna let everyone else have their moment with it. And
I think Rose will squeeze your fingers a little bit in acknowledgement. And I think you see that Rose, like, where everyone else, or like most of the group is having like an emotional response, Rose is like scanning for, like, probably has detect magic up, is like trying to assess the threat as one of the only people who is not sort of hit with a wave of emotion from this. But we'll kind of squeeze your fingers a little bit and like, yeah, real.
Yeah, Ruby just is looking at this ship with just the, like, dirtiest go fuck yourself expression. Is just looking at it, glances at Tennant, glances back at the ship, and spits.
I think, like, at that, like, you feel, like, the warmth of, like, a little bit of a smirk on Tennant's face. I think Tennant is having a much more measured reaction to this ship broken than he did to the ship in the pocket dimension, which was as lifelike and as whole as he remembered it. But this one, tattered and ruined, kind of gives him a little bit of steadiness in that bad things die.
I think I react to the spit. And I think there's a moment I let it pass and I go, she deserved better. And then I spit too.
Rose, as you're kind of scanning your surroundings, you don't see any movement, you don't see anything. It's quite dark. Again, you are only able to make out flashes of what's around you through these kind of like flashes of lightning. But in the lightning, there's not a lot here. You get the impression that, like, perhaps where Molly kind of lives when she does live here is on that ship.
Anything with detect magic?
Yeah, huge amounts of magic, very much coming from that ship and from that kind of like rolling ocean that it kind of sways on.
Any school in particular? Can you get a vibe check on the magic?
Every kind of like dark, necrotic form of magic you can imagine. Yeah.
Huge. Cool.
can I check? Do we get a cell signal down here?
At the bottom of the deepest trench of the ocean? No, babe. Not even a little bit.
Not gonna help
We're gonna have-
Damn.
It's so worth an us, but
Damn.
not this time.
I was just gonna text my fiance memes or something.
You can still take pictures. Bring back.
Nadette does like watch you all solemnly standing there, Rose doing magic, and does snap a quick selfie with like the ship in the back.
Insane.
I'm gonna do huge numbers onto a Tumblr.
Yeah.
I want to look at Rodella and get an okay before I start. Because I think what I want to send over with a look is she's in the captain's quarters, right? Like, yeah.
It's kind of a like probably.
Right.
That bitch.
And then I think I just kind of quietly start like walking over to where I know those old quarters are, like which half, and start like traipsing, I guess, towards the wreckage.
Yeah, there's not really like a gangplank to this ship anymore. I think what you'd have to do is kind of this cavern has different like levels of kind of like sheer rock, and you would have to kind of find the part of the rock that would give you the best vantage point for kind of like vaulting over to this ship. But after like a little bit of work, you can do so quite easily. You have to be quite careful, especially Uradella. The rock is very slippery. It's kind of got that like wet kind of like sea moss kind of feel to it.
This is gonna be my cliff.
Please,
I'm not gonna make you
Don't even
for it.
joke
If
about
Radella
that right
like falls and breaks her neck trying to get onto the ship, that would be really sad.
I can't do it again. I'm not strong enough. Please.
But yeah, you can all, in some way or another, navigate and climb your way onto the half of this ship that has the captain's quarters. The kind of two halves are somewhat kind of like you'd have to either make a big old jump, or one of the masts has kind of collapsed and formed like a very precarious bridge across the two halves.
Oh no, I hope we don't have to run across that at any point. Wow, that'd be
Probably not.
crazy, guys.
As soon as you are kind of like solid and standing on this ship, that kind of like the sounds around you that are coalescing, that rolling thunder, that flash of lightning, the waves, the creaking of like grinding rotten wood. Another sound seems to form against the backdrop of this. Something low and droning, which, after a moment of kind of straining your ears for, sounds almost familiar, as this dark, kind of discordant sea shanty begins to echo out around you. You see movement not coming from anywhere around you but above you, as a flag is hoisted up the mast. This flag does no longer bear the sigil of the Sea Devils, but has been crudely sewn together, depicting a monstrous kind of sea creature with many tentacles coiling around a ship as though devouring it whole. And this mast groans and sways. And then from the darkest shadows and corners of this ship, you do see movement as figures begin to emerge. At first, you see the silhouetted outline of what could only be pirates. They wear lopsided hats. They have, weather-worn, tattered leather coats. But these are no strangers to you. For some of you, you recognize the faces of the old Sea Devils crew, twisted by time and death. And Rose, you don't even need a detect magic up to get a wave of undead energy. And I would like everyone to roll initiative, please. Okay, 30 to 25. Okay, 25 to 20.
23.
Oh, hell yeah. 20 to 15.
16.
Okay. 15 to 10.
Oh, I am so sorry. I have 19.
Yeah, no worries. 15 to 10.
12. 10.
So, this is what you will see. 3 figures emerge from the shadows in front of you. One of which is this lithe, kind of like once crimson skinned, now kind of like mottled burgundy color tiefling with a bald head featuring these kind of tribal flame tattoos that are now, her skin is kind of like rotted and shrunken to her bones so much they're kind of like almost like pressed against her skull. The flesh on her hands seems to have been entirely like burned and singed away, revealing only her finger bones. Those who once knew this person knows her to be Vasca Emberskin. She is a pyromancer and once worked for you all as kind of like your gunpowder monkey. You also see this gaunt, ashen-skinned, entirely black eyes, another tiefling with this kind of like dark, kind of ashen grey hair, wears this kind of woven seaweed armor. These nasty-looking wicked twin daggers glance at his sides, a crossbow on his back. This is one of your assassins. His name was once Silas. You knew him as Shade Blackfin. The third person you see is this hulking tiefling, green-grey skin, barnacle-encrusted armor. She has this kind of like great kind of grey beard that drips seawater. And this person is known as Morgan Tidecleaver. There is a giant greatsword strapped to her back. These are the three opponents that come out of the shadows towards you. And Rose, you are up first.
I think that Rose, kind of like seeing this and recognizing them as probably hostile, but also understanding that like in terms of the history here, she is like so unbelievably out of her element.
Mm-hmm.
I think Rose, as a bonus action, just to like be prepared, will cast Shadowblade at 4th level and just sort of like pull this long scimitar from sort of the shadows on the edges of the ship. And then I would like to hold an attack action for if any of these ghosts tries to attack anyone in the family.
Sure. Would you like to... Oh my gosh, wait! I did send a map!
I was wondering when you were going to do that.
I'm sorry. I forgot I had that. I spent so long on it.
Map.
So, Rose, you're holding an action, is that correct?
Yes.
So, next up is Reva with the crew on deck.
So the person that's closest to me right now, represented by that sword, is Morgan, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to yell at Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to yell, "You've looked better," and see if there's any reaction, or do I see any hint of intelligence or any sort of like?
You see like a grin of like blackened, half rotted out teeth spread across their face, and she laughs in time with a booming roll of thunder that kind of like shakes and echoes around the space.
I think I sort of yell out, if you stuck out with me, our employees do have dental insurance, and then I would like to move forward. I believe it is 30 feet. Go right in front of Morgan, and I would like to just go ahead and stab her form. 16 to hit?
Does not hit, I'm afraid.
Okay. Then I would like to take my bonus action just to throw that bonus action help to Ruby, and then I would like to pass my turn.
Okay. So you kind of like, you strike out with one of your blades, and it just kind of like glances off this heavily encrusted armor with this kind of like metallic shink, and she just looks down and laughs at you again, another clap of thunder rolling out. And as it's the crew's turn, she's now going to make an attack on you. That is a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
And a 23.
Awesome. I'm going to use my reaction to Uncanny Dodge and reduce that to half of that.
Sure. So you get 2 rusted longsword attacks. Only 5 points of damage on the first one, so that's good. And that is 7 half to 3, 5, so 8 points of slashing damage to you. The other 2 crew members are going to go as well. So Silas in the back there is going to aim their bow at... I think he's going to aim at Tennant. I think he kind of like rogue to rogue assassin kind of like meets Tennant's eye. I think Tennant, having not given much of a reaction to the ship at first sight, has given a much bigger reaction to the appearance of these crew members, having been the people responsible for throwing him into the ant farm itself. So that is going to be 18 points of damage total, plus 2 points of poison damage. I'm going to have to make a con save, which is fine. So I'm not poisoned, but I do take 20 points of damage. Last of all is going to be Vasca. She is going to throw... Rodella, could you make a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
So 18.
That's a pass. You take half damage. You take 5 points of fire damage. Okay, that is the crew's turn.
Can I take my held action?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I had intended to swing with my blade. Can I take a shot with Secretary instead?
Yeah.
Cool. Then I would love to take a shot at the person who shot at my husband. Because, like,
Sure.
rude. That's literally my husband. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
23 to hit.
It hits.
That's 12 points of radiant damage.
It is Tennant's turn up next. He's gonna shoot that guy too. Only one of those hit. So that is 17 points of piercing damage to that guy. I'm then going to do my best to hide. I'm probably gonna move down here and kind of get some cover behind the staircase. That is Tennant's action. Up next is Rodella with Ruby on deck, please.
I think Rodella, after getting hit, turns and gives just a dirty look to these crew members, just feeling the boiling hatred, and she just kind of like grits through her teeth like, oh, I'm gonna enjoy killing you again. And I think she just kind of, I think I'm gonna take my action to dash, so I can get right up in their business. And then I think I will take my bonus action to try and shoot one of my spikes at our little fire breather over here.
Yeah.
That's a 6.
Well,
Plus
what's your...
5.
Do you not have a plus to your
11.
attack?
Yeah, plus 5, so 11.
Oh, okay. That does not hit, I'm afraid.
I think getting used to this new body, I think Rodella just kind of, goes to do a move that used to be fairly easy for her, and her, kicks out her leg, and one of the spikes goes shooting out, and she's kind of startled when it goes like way off, and just goes like, shit.
You have a second attack.
All right, that's a 27.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. And all right, 25 damage.
Beautiful. So Morgan Tidecleaver kind of laughs in the face of your wife and is quickly kind of like, what, you use a greatsword, kind of like where your wife's dagger kind of glinted off, your greatsword kind of lands on her armored shoulder and, crumples it inwards. Instead of blood from her shoulder underneath this armor, this kind of like black ooze kind of like drips across her breastplate. And that is your turn. Ruby, you are up next with Nadette on deck.
All right. I am going to start moving diagonally. I'm going to move 1 to 10 feet here, and I am going to take all of my shots on, I forget their badass name, this bitch with a sword. Cause don't hit my mommy, yeah. So we're gonna just go kind of wild here. The lowest of those is a 22.
That hits.
So fabulous. Okay, I'm about to do a lot of damage. Do you need piercing and force damage separated out at all?
Nope.
Awesome, cool. Because I'm also using my bonus action to activate my bow, so that's going to do some additional damage as well. And then, are these guys corporeal or incorporeal?
They are corporeal.
Slay. Okay. Then, I rolled super good. That's a lot of 6s and 7s. Okay, so that is gonna do just firing off 3 very quick shots, 45 points of damage, and then I am going to keep it fucking moving and use the rest of my speed, which is increased for my first turn of combat to... What does that increase to? It's up to 40. Right there. And that is gonna, like, literally just drive by firing arrows at this lady who hit my fucking mom. But not even really looking at them, but just with my eyes on that sharpshooter assassin that fucked with my brother.
Yeah, Morgan's not laughing anymore. You kind of like 3 of your arrows kind of like find the weak points in her armor. And there's this like echoing, like, you know, if you were to shoot a bag of wet sand, that's what it sounds like. Is the kind of like, yeah, yeah, it's like wet, kind of like echoed squish. As blood continues to kind of like seep out from underneath her plate armor.
Fabulous. That's my action, my bonus action, my movement, and that's for me.
Beautiful. Nadette, you are up next. Rose, you're on deck.
Perfect. Nadette is gonna turn to Rose and just like lay a very gentle hand on your shoulder and go, would it help if you were invisible?
Maybe hang on to it, but thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna keep shooting the motherfucker that attacked my husband. Don't want to waste it, you know. But thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And then I think Nadette is just gonna speed walk towards Riva. And if I could take this moment to describe Nadette's outfit.
Please do.
I think it's okay. We've all seen the Carrie Underwood Cowboy Casanova music video. And so, you know, it's like a pirate version of that black outfit she wears. So it's like a high-low skirt, but the skirt starts in the front at the waist and then goes long in the back. So it's a pirate skirt in the back, but in the front it's chainmail booty shorts. That the skirt goes up to, and then it's like a really low V, so low that like the booty short and the bottom of the V are like 2 inches apart. Like flowy pirate shirt that is miraculously like keeping the nips covered, but very little else. And that is the outfit that Nadette is going into. Has 2 braids pulled back and is just like speed walking in and pulls out the great axe. And I can't get into melee where I'm at, so I think, but I can get into range with my mother. So I'm going to say, Mom, do you want to be invisible?
No, thank you. I want to make sure Morgan sees it. Sees my...
Perfect. So in that case, I'm going to use my action to give Riva the help action on the next turn, and I'm going to use my bonus action to rage. So yeah, I'll just like come up. I'm standing behind Riva, just like muscles bulging in this super hot outfit. Great axe out, and just like, so you have advantage on whatever you do next, Riva, and I am now raging. And that's my turn.
Beautiful. Rose, you are up next.
Yeah, I think first I'm going to move my full 30, which, let me recount. I think it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Should put me right about here. And then I'm going to go ahead. This is not action economy thing, but I'm going to let go of my blade because I can summon it back as a bonus action, but nobody's in my business right now, so I'm going to let that go for a minute. And I'm going to take another secretary shot at the... What is the crossbow wielder's name again? Sorry.
Crossbow is Shade.
I'm going to take another shot at Shade with secretary. Ooh, 14? There's not much better.
Does not hit, I'm afraid.
That's okay.
He is kind of like hiding behind the only upright mask, so we can just say that kind of like it just whistles past.
Sure. And then as my bonus action, I will just send a little like gust of like the smell of the estate on like a nice day, like that smell of home to Ruby, and I will give you a bardic inspiration.
Oh my god, thank you. It's a D10, right?
Yes.
Fab, thank you.
You're welcome. And that's it for me.
Beautiful. I would like Ruby, Rose, and Rodella to make me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Sure.
Aye, aye, Captain. It's a 28.
A 20. Not natural.
16.
Okay. So you hear like a crack of thunder start to roll around you, and suddenly these 3 brilliant bolts of lightning come careening from that storm portal, and they strike not by you, but they strike these what you now see as kind of expertly positioned metallic piles of debris, and they scatter around and bounce back and forth around the battlefield. Those of you who got 20 or above, you take half damage. The full damage is 13 points of lightning damage.
And then I'm taking 3 and Tendon's taking 3 because of Warding Bond.
Oh yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Got you.
Tendon gets like a static shock, like, what the fuck?
You get zapped after pulling something out of the dryer.
Yeah. Reva, it is your turn next with the crew up on deck.
I think on my turn, I have a memory of Morgan on the ship as like a young, like 16-year-old like Reva. And I remember like Morgan using her hulk and size, like barging and shoving me into a crate and just like picking on Bernadette whenever she could. And I remember that feeling of how much I wanted to like gut her. And I think that old memory pops up as I strike out with my dagger into a chink in her armor that Rodella just made. I'm attacking with my Fool Me Twice dagger, rolling with advantage off of the dat. I rolled a 19 and an 8 on the dice. But most importantly, my Fool Me Twice dagger has, when you roll a 19 on the dice to hit a creature with this weapon, it counts as a critical hit.
Oh shit!
So
Beautiful.
could you remind me what the crit math is?
So you do max damage for your one first roll, and then your second roll is just as usual, instead of doubling the dice.
So the max damage component is 58, and I'm going to add 38 to that. So that's going to be 96.
Yeah. Reva, with this dagger, you throw it. And it kind of pierces that chink in the armor, goes through her gut, through her entire body. And you all watch as this dagger pierces through this woman and then spins around like a boomerang and comes back and pierces her on the way back. As her gut entirely opens and this like gush of like rancid seawater and fish guts like falls out of her abdomen as she just drops to her knees and crumples in two. Deader than undead. Would you like to do anything else?
That's my mom.
That was insane.
I would like to spit on her corpse and then make eyes towards Vasca and sort of smirk.
Cool. Could you all make me dexterity saving throws, please?
22.
I'm gonna use my inspiration from getting engaged to be so quick and roll again. That's a 21.
I rolled a 1.
No!
No!
It's fine.
Okay, it's alright.
It's fine.
So, anyone who got 14 and above, you succeed, as Vasa she kind of like hisses like this kind of feral cat as her crew member falls in front of you, and you see her kind of finger bones light up and char with this infernal energy as she conjures a fireball in her hand and launches it into the middle of you. Those who succeeded take half damage, which is 20 points. Those who did not take 41 points of of fire damage. If you are a tiefling, you can still half that because of your infernal resistance.
Beautiful.
Hey Jess.
Yeah.
Can I counterspell that? I
You
just
can.
checked. I am in the range.
Yeah, then you can cancel it out.
Select.
So what I think happens is, as this fireball lands around you and flames kind of roil out in this like explosion, you feel the heat of them kind of like tingle on your skin, but the heat of them doesn't quite settle or burn or char. Even more so for the tieflings, like, you know that you have this natural like innate resistance to fire, but it just doesn't seem to, it's almost like a little warm like breath of air in this chilled cavern. It's actually quite nice. And the flames kind of recede, and you see like Vasca's eyes, although like dead, kind of like burning with this like leftover heat at you, Rose, as you dispel this magic entirely. She's then going to use her swift casting ability to do a cantrip as a bonus action. So she's going to send a firebolt at you, Rose.
That's okay.
21 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, 2 points of damage.
So I actually take 1, and my husband takes 1.
Great. Like a little...
Yeah.
So that's Vasca's turn. Shade, Blackfin, is going to come out from behind his little hiding spot and shoot at Tennant again. That's 19 points of damage total. I need to make another con save to avoid being poisoned, which I unfortunately fail. As these 2 bolts kind of like land, I think probably like one in either shoulder, Tennant like immediately tears them out of his collarbone, and kind of like you see him stagger a little bit on the deck as this kind of wave of poison hits him.
Divine allegiance.
What's that?
So where Riddell is standing, I think watching them cast or shoot at Tennant, I think Riddella feels like kind of like the leftover crackling of this electricity that hit her, and this rage builds seeing these people targeting Tennant again. And so with my reaction, I can take his damage.
Oh.
Wait, am I in 5 feet?
Are you?
Oh, god damn it, it's only 5 feet.
Oh.
Okay, wait a minute. Are we within 30 feet?
Yes?
Okay, then I can do Armor of Guardian, which would increase his AC by 5.
Okay.
So does that mean that it would hit?
I think one of those still hit, so I'm gonna take off 7 points of damage. So what does it look like as you kind of like enact this? Is it an ability of your armor?
My armor, yeah.
Yeah, what does it look like when you kind of shield Tennant from the second of these flying arrows?
So yeah, I think, once again, that kind of like crackling electricity, I think you see it like sparking across the breastplate, and Riddella grows a little paler as her AC drops by 5. And you see the electricity kind of like shoot out and scatter across the deck. And her armor glows a little bit as Tennant, one of the shots kind of like cancels out.
Beautiful. Tennant is up next. He's going to retaliate. And both of those are going to hit. 15 on the first, 5 on the second. So it's 20 points of piercing damage, and then his sneak attack is going to trigger. 10 points of sneak attack damage. So that is 30 points total as Tennant kind of like is shot and then kind of ducks out from underneath this staircase. I think probably moves up to kind of where you are, kind of maybe passes you a little bit, Ruby, and stands on this like precarious bridge between the 2 halves of this ship and just gets the correct angle so that he can shoot at this guy. I think I'm gonna bonus action shoot him again. Okay, that's an additional 5 points of damage. Cool. Shade, not looking good. I think as these like these kind of bullets nail him, he kind of like staggers back a little bit, spits up this like black blood, and shouts across the deck, "You're a better shot than the last time I saw ya!" It is Ridella's turn up next with Ruby on deck.
Yeah, I think some of this rage is spilling over. I think a lot of the time when Riddella has been in a situation where she's needed to, kill somebody, it hasn't been out of bloodlust, it's been out of necessity. But I think having watched her son for, however long it was before they found these pirates on these like death games, by the time they found them, Riddella was ready to tear them to shreds, and seeing them alive again, seeing them targeting the 2 people that were in the amp farm again, I think that Ridella's rage is kicking in. So she's going to run forward 10 feet and then Misty Step right behind. And at this point, she's going to Divine Smite. It was a 19 hit.
Yeah.
All right, so that is 25 points of damage. And then 26 for the second attack,
That hits.
and that is 23 points of damage.
Beautiful.
So yeah, I think she appears behind them and just kind of like growls under her breath like, you should have stayed dead, and swings a couple of times.
Vasquez right on the edge of this here, so make me a contested like strength check.
16.
On the second of these blows, you hit her so hard that she staggers back and her back foot slips off of the kind of where the deck crumbles away into planks, and she falls 60 feet down into the ocean below. And there's this like kind of faint little tss as like her burning kind of eyes and fingers and hands are extinguished as she hits the water.
Rodella spits.
Ruby, it is your turn up next with Nadette on deck.
Hi, Jess. I have a question for you that I think I know the answer to.
Yeah?
My fly speed. Are you going to make me do trigonometry?
Oh, no.
Okay, great. Perfect. All right. I just wanted to check because I'm willing to do trig. I know Pythagorean theorem.
See, I don't know trig to even tell you if that was correct or not. So
Great. And perfect, because I have just enough movement to, with my fly speed, get into the crow's nest right there. And I would like to take my shot. So here's what's gonna fucking happen. This stupid shade motherfucker is looking, probably sees Ruby, and then just there's like a fluttering of these like torn up and rotted sails, and she's just fucking gone. And then he hears a whistle from directly above, and she just says boo, and I'm gonna take a couple shots. Lower of the two is a 16. I'm gonna use my bardic because I want these to hit. Okay, total of, is it 23? Yep. Awesome, cool. Let's do a little bit. Wait, I lied. Before that, can I use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark? Yep. Really fast. Okay, cool. 39 points of piercing damage. Combined piercing and force damage to this guy.
How do you want to do this?
Maybe this guy was one of the fucking ghosts haunting Tennant's dreams and nightmares, and in this moment she is his. And just unloads.
Yeah, I think you kind of like that kind of like little whistle and like boo. He looks up at you and you just shoot an arrow directly into his eye, and it just like they just crumple backwards into a heap.
And that's my action and my bonus action and my movement, and I'm done.
Okay. You've pretty swiftly gotten all of these people off the board, and all that is left is the kind of like echoed rocking and creaking of this boat. You can hear like Tennant's like ragged breath as he's kind of standing on this this balancing beam, for want of a better word. And then you hear the waters around you begin to move and lap at the side of the boat. You hear a discordant kind of like rattle that kind of like bounces off all of the walls of this cavern. You hear a coalescence of like hissing noises. And out of the water rises these dark kind of like winding shapes as a giant tentacle wraps around the front bow of the ship. And a second tentacle wraps and winds itself through a porthole and up through one of the kind of like gashes in the ship as well. I'm going to send you a beautiful piece of art that lovely Titi has done for us.
Oh!
Molly in this evolved form still has these kind of like glowing kind of dead fish eyes. Her mouth is like slightly more serpentine and wider with even more rows of teeth. Her hair is still wet and dark red and straggled, but around her are these like writhing tentacles, writhing heads as 6 gigantic eel heads rise up around her and she just kind of like looks at you all, and she speaks, and when she speaks, it's this rattled mixture of like infernal and something like deep and primordial that you don't even really understand. But part of it registers in the back of your head. You hear her kind of mutter, "Welcome home," in the back of your head. Nadette, it is your turn.
Yeah, okay, so I think Nadette has been like, alright, Morgan's mine. Nope, Mom's got her. This one's mine. Nope, Mother's got her. Nope, Ruby's got her. So I think Nadette is going to, is ready for one, pivots to the other, and then sees, this grotesque Molly rise from the depths and is like, yeah, that one's mine, motherfucker. So Nadette is gonna use her full movement to get right up in Molly's business, and I can do it without provoking an attack of opportunity from either of them, but there is gonna be an eel head behind me, if that affects you at all. Nadette is just did the slow-mo fast walk in at first with the outfit, and I think is just sprinting so hard that in a weak point in the deck it splinters a little bit as just the pure rage shakes down from her feet, and is just gonna come in and just take a huge swing with the great axe at Molly, disregarding everything else, and is it's time to lock the fuck in. Does a 17 hit?
That does not hit, I'm afraid.
That's okay, I get a second attack. I think swings too early just in pure anticipation, and then is gonna come back up with the great axe for a second attack. Does a 23 to hit?
That does hit.
Beautiful. And because it's the first hit on this creature, I get to add a 1d6 from my Divine Fury. So I get to do that. And I will add on a Psychic Blades attack as well, so that's another 2d6. Do you need psychic or slashing or necrotic damage dealt out different?
Necrotic, I do.
Okay, so 19 and then 7 necrotic.
Beautiful. Halved to 3.
Beautiful. If we can do a little flavor, I think in coming back, since my magic mouth never went off, I picked up the stone. So can I just pick up the rock I used and shove it in her face so that it starts screaming at her? Just as my object interaction. So just my own blood-curdling scream is coming out of this right in her face. That's my turn.
Yeah, you kind of you strike her, you miss because she's just this tangle of necks and tentacles, and it's really it's this kind of big bundle of Medusa snakes. So the first strike you land at her, she kind of one of these, your kind of chosen target kind of slithers out of the way, for want of a better word. And on the backswing, you kind of just get her across the cheek as this little slash kind of opens up on her cheekbone, and you see the flesh open up, but it doesn't bleed. It just kind of leaks yet more kind of inky seawater. And you shove this screaming rock in her face, and she laughs, her split grin kind of opening up her jowls, and she rises up, and with her these eel heads rise up with you, and each of them open these gargantuan mouths. Each of these heads are probably the size of your torso, and all of them echo that scream all around you as each and every one of these heads finds a different one of you to target. And that is where we're going to take our break. No! Catch you in 15 minutes to see if we can get rid of this snaky lady. See you then. Bye. Hello, and welcome back, everybody, to this slippery, slidey tale.
No.
We're gonna start. It is Molly's turn. She's gonna take her actions. The first thing she's going to do is two of these heads are going to strike out and grab, make a bite attack against Ridella and Nadette.
You are rolling with disadvantage against me because of my code.
Okay.
Please.
You got it. 32 to hit you, Nadette, and more than that to hit you, Ridella.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll do it. I'm gonna hellish rebuke. But
Okay.
yeah.
First of all, could both of you make me a strength saving throw, please?
Ugh.
Ridella, you take 7 points of piercing damage. Nadette, you take 10 points of piercing damage. What are your saves?
4.
20.
Oh, wait. I are we within range? I get to add your. So that's
Yeah.
an.
Well, are you?
You're
10 feet?
not within 10 feet of Ridella.
Never
so
mind.
no.
Still a 4.
So, Nadette, you don't even have like time to really move before this like head reaches out, snaps its jaws around your torso. You feel its teeth, which are probably about like 3 or 4 inches long, like sink into your skin. You feel this like kind of sickening wave of nausea as it grips onto your body. Like you just feel like its jaws lock around you. You are now grappled and restrained. Ridella, you feel the same thing happened to you, but you kind of managed to kind of like at the last minute, you kind of stick a piece of your plate armor, you wedge it into part of its jaw so it can't quite lock onto you, so you are not grappled. You wanted to hellish rebuke, Nadette?
Yeah, I need a dexterity saving throw.
15 plus 7, so...
Yeah, so it takes 2d10 half, 16 half to 8 fire damage.
Okay, what does it look like when you hellish rebuke this thing that's kind of got its jaws gripped around you?
I think even as, like, my arms are, like, pinned to my side, like, in its mouth, I think Nadette just, like, makes just enough wiggle room to, like, poke it in the eye, and a little, like, tiefling flame, like, shoots it in the face.
Molly is then going to make a spell attack at you, Rose. Could you make me... first of all, does a 20 hit?
Yes, it does.
Could you make me an intelligence saving throw?
Yeah, I can do that. Oh, that's actually fucking awesome. That is still under a 20. God damn it, Rose. That's a 19.
That is a fail. You take 9 points of psychic damage as you feel kind of like your synapses attacked with this kind of like static electricity. You take that psychic damage and you are not able to take a reaction until the end of your next turn. And on your next turn, you have to decide between a movement, an action, or a bonus action. You only get one of the 3.
As a reminder, Tenant takes 4 of that.
Yes, he does. Thank you.
Mhm.
That is Molly's turn. Rose, that's you up on deck next.
Oh, okay. I think Rose will from across the battlefield kind of like have a moment of like meeting eyes with Ruby, and I think they share like a moment of trying to size this thing's like weaknesses and like points up, like weak points up. And just to like test the waters, I'll take my action. And I will just cast Thunderclap. So I need a Constitution saving throw.
24.
That saves.
Never mind.
Is that it?
Yeah. Well, I can't do anything else, right?
Yeah, just your action. So I think you kind of cast this thunderclap, and you hear the sound of it like emit from your own magic, but it's almost as if the storm around you steals it away, and it kind of like reverberates around you. Next up is a lair action. I need everyone to make me a strength saving throw, please.
I got a 9.
Okay.
I got an 8.
Cool. If you did not meet 20, you fail. As these kind of attacks go off and that thunderclap reverberates around you, that storm seems to pick up as this howling gale starts to like blow across the battlefield. For the next round, all ranged weapons attacks must be made with disadvantage as this wind buffets the ship. The ship starts rocking back and forth. Creatures who are in the air or climbing, like you, Ruby, who fail their save, you are knocked prone off of where you are and take appropriate falling damage. Everyone else who's on the ground, you are also knocked prone, but you don't take any damage.
I can't take reactions, right?
You cannot.
Sorry about that, Ruby.
That's A-okay, my guy.
How tall do we think this mast is?
5 feet.
It's a big old ship, I'm afraid. Let's call it 100
It's a big
feet.
ship.
So you're going to take 10d6 falling damage, I'm afraid, Ruby.
Okay.
Unless anyone has anything that they want to do. That is 27 points.
Okay.
I'm going to. No, I'm gonna do Divine Allegiance as soon as Ruby's close enough to the ground and close enough to me.
Okay, that's your reaction for this turn, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
That was
I'm taking Ruby's.
So
No, wait, no.
Oh, no.
this insane, like, gale whips across the battlefield. Several of you are just, like, knocked over onto your backsides. Ruby, up in this kind of, like, precarious crow's nest, you feel the whole thing start to, like, move and shake, and it pretty much shakes you out of that kind of, like, holding cup at the top, and you tumble out over the railings and start plummeting 100 feet towards the ground. Rodella, what does it look like as you use your armor to kind of rescue Ruby and take this damage for her?
So this one's just my Divine Allegiance, so it's not armor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
But yeah. So I think I see Ruby falling, and just this, like, scream rips out of my throat as I, like, reach out for her. And I can't, like, move to catch her or anything, so instead that kind of innate magic, as Ruby hits the floor, I think just inherently, like, I feel it in my chest. I feel my bones kind of, like, groan and crack, and as I take the damage.
Yeah. Okay. Riva, you are up next.
So I want to use half of my motion to get up from prone, sort of rolling up, and I want to bonus action hide. I've got a 23 on that roll to hide from the eel that's above me.
Yeah, you are hidden.
Awesome. So, like, I want to sort of flavor it. I sort of, like, get up and roll underneath it, and then I want to attack it, pulling out my other knife, my coffin nail, to sneak attack it.
Go for it.
With a nail, it gets +5 to hit, and on top of what I have, so I think that is a 29 to hit.
That hits.
It hits, it does an extra 12 slashing damage, so it's 29 plus 12. So that's my bonus action, that's my action, and I'm gonna keep within. I'm not gonna move out of range of this thing. I'm gonna focus on this eel, and that's it for my turn.
Okay. After your turn, Molly's going to take a legendary action, and she's going to make a fling attack. Nadette, you are grappled in this eel head's jaws, and suddenly with this, like, jerking movement, this eel flings you, not kind of, like, into an open space, but flings you directly at Tennant, who is still standing on that balancing beam. You take, how many meters is that? That's 30 feet. So you take a d6 of bludgeoning damage for each of that, which is 11 points of bludgeoning damage, which Tennant also takes, but you are both knocked into the water. Okay. Actually, but that's
I was like, that's extra.
that's extra because you're falling down. So that will actually be 11 plus another 12. So 23 points of bludgeoning damage for you both. You see as, like, Nadette goes careening through the air, and Tennant just has enough time to go, whoa! And you smack him into the chest, and you both careen off of this plank, and you hear this kind of, like, muted splash as they both hit the water below. It is now Tennant's turn. Fucking hell. I think he is going to use his movement to try and, like, swim out of the water. His movement's going to be halved because he's going to try and drag you with them, Nadette. He kind of resurfaces. You can see Make a perception check, Nadette.
Even as he's dragging me, Nadette is going like, I can swim! I'm fine! I'm fine! I'm fine! Like, don't worry about me! While he's doing that. But a perception?
Yes.
That's only a 6. I rolled a 2 on the die.
Okay, there's salt water in your eyes, you can't see shit. You're kind of both kind of like wrestling each other like siblings in the water as he kind of is just like, stop it! And he's trying to drag you out of this water.
Leave me alone!
He kind of drags you both to the water's edge. And I think from his vantage point here, 5, 10. Yeah, he can kind of, where you're kind of like standing where these two halves of the ship, on the shoreline where the two halves of the ship are split, and he can just kind of like, he spends a little bit of time trying to aim and can find a way to kind of shoot directly through the kind of split middle of this carcassed ship at Molly, but he will have to roll with disadvantage because of the wind. But that's good. That's not so good. Okay, one of those hit. I'm also going to bonus action hide so I can have my sneak attack there. So that's 14 points of damage with that single shot. You see his first shot kind of like goes pa-ding, like off like something like metallic in the kind of inner workings of this ship, and the second one lands just as kind of two writhing tentacles open and part and hits Molly in the chest. That is Tennant's turn. Ridella, you are up next with Ruby on deck.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit this one that's in front of me. Having just watched Ruby fall off the crow's nest and Tennant and Nadette go flying off the ship, just turns and is like, "Bok!" and is gonna go after this eel head in front of her. So that's a 23 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Divine Smite, 25 points of damage. And then the second attack is 23.
That hits.
And that is 20 points of damage.
Beautiful. Where you're attacking the head in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah, what does it look like?
So, yeah, she just watches them and goes, "Oh, God!" And goes after this thing, and her blade just kind of lights up. And I think she's trying to kind of like, as this thing's like jaw opens, I think she's trying to hack off the bottom half of the jaw. So she's going and hitting on the inside of the mouth and hacking down, trying to sever the bottom half of the jaw.
Cool. Yeah, you kind of like, a couple of its teeth kind of like ping off and like scatter across the deck as this thing seems like really fucking hardy for something that looks so slimy and squishy. Really just rotten all around.
I do have a bonus action.
Please go ahead.
So I think I know I got a disadvantage, but I'm gonna try the leg spike again.
Yeah. Who are you aiming for?
Molly.
Okay. Like her main body?
Yeah.
Sure.
Ooh, no, 18.
That hits.
Cool. Sick. So that's 12 points of damage.
Is that
so yeah, I think as she's hacking away at this thing's jaw, she just kind of like turns and like gets her bearings again, is like, okay, let's try this again, and kicks her leg out, and spike.
Yeah, one of those, like, your leg just ejects this, like, long metal spike, and again, it kind of, like, just finds the part where these, like, writhing tentacles part for a moment, and you see it kind of, like, land, and you hear, like, an echoed screech. She's gonna take a legendary action. Ridella and Ruby, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
16.
10.
So, unfortunately, both of those fail. Woof. Ruby, you're kind of like still prone on the ground here. Ridella, you've just finished making these attacks, and you start to feel the hair on your arms like raise and prickle as kind of this static electricity starts to surround you in the air. And materializing in front of you and all around you are these spectral jellyfish blooms that immediately with these tentacles start to lash out and like suction onto your body. You take 7 points of necrotic damage as this kind of like static electricity kind of buzzes in your bones and kind of like drains you of some of your life force. Until the end of your next turn, your speed has been reduced to 0.
Oh God. Okay.
So you're on the ground, babe.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere.
Uh-oh.
Ruby, it is you up next, I'm afraid. Nadette, you're
All
on deck.
right. This sucks ass. Let's go. Okay. There
I'm
goes.
so sorry.
All right. Take that plan, crumple it in a ball, throw it away. Okay. So I have disadvantage on attacks because I am prone. I am stuck down here until I'm not stuck down here. There's also disadvantage on ranged attacks because of whatever the fuck happened. I don't even know. That is already happening. Okay. Fantastic. I love it. I love this stupid fucking game because I think I can probably still pull some shit off.
I believe you.
Probably. My bonus action is going to be to summon one of my spirit totems. I am going to summon the hawk spirit, which in my case comes in the form of fucking raven, because of course it does, which will allow me to give advantage to people as a reaction, so if y'all need that shit, you're welcome to it. And allies are going to have advantage on perception checks for the duration of this, which is going to be fun and exciting. So yeah, just does what she always does when she's in a fucking pinch and calls for her bird. And then my action, I think what I'm going to do, just because Ruby's like completely on her ass and can tell that she's going to be stuck here for a while. But fuck it, so is this guy in front of me. I'm gonna cast Entangle. So it's gonna have to make a strength save, or it's gonna be restrained until the end of this spell.
This creature is immune to being restrained.
Fuck. Well, never fucking mind.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay!
It's like
That's fucking comical, actually.
Yeah, it is really sad. I feel really bad, but tragically that is the case. What does it look like anyway when you cast this spell?
I think that, you know, Ruby is calling to anything and everything that's around. I think that there are like bits of like seaweed and all kinds of like vines from down here that come and try to like wrap around this thing. But fortunately it's seaweed, and this is a big fuck off eel. Yeah.
I think the seaweed kind of like starts to wrap around it, and these like heads and necks and tentacles are just moving at like a speed that you've like your eyes can barely track, and it feels like for a moment that these seaweed tendrils kind of wrap around it, but it just kind of like backs up, and in like a second it just kind of like whips out of them. They just fall apart and kind of like lie limply around you.
Well, that's my turn.
Nadette, you're up next with Molly on deck.
Amazing. How much movement do I have to use to get back onto the ship, like vertically?
60 feet.
Shit. Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to use my bonus action to dash. So that'll get me like 10 feet away from the top. I'm gonna use, I think, the rest of my action to dash as well. So that'll get me to like right next to Rose. Yeah, that's all I can do. So I think I'm just gonna use everything I have to get back on the ship, get in the fight. I'm just like making the same weird noise the eels made back at them as I'm standing next to Rose, Great Axe ready, just like ah!
It is Molly's turn next. She's going to make another 2 bite attacks. The first one is going to be against Reva. That is a 28 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
Yeah. You see this kind of like, this eel that you've just kind of like slashed to pieces, kind of like rears back and its jaw opens. And it's like Molly's voice kind of like reverberates through its like vocal cords, even though this thing shouldn't have vocal cords and like isn't moving its mouth. It's like Molly's voice is kind of like being channeled through these external heads as she just kind of looks like speaks to you, and its eyes glow, and this eel head calls out to you and says, "You'll die on this boat again." And it will bite you. That is 12 points of piercing damage. Could you please make me a strength saving throw, please, to avoid being grappled?
Got it. I'm going to use my reaction to Uncanny Dodge just to have that damage. So I'll take 6. That's going to be an 8.
That is a fail. You are grappled and restrained. That second bite attack is going to be on, I think, you, Rose. That's going to be a 26 to hit.
That hits.
And that is 13 points of piercing damage. Please make me a strength save.
You got it, and then don't forget that Tenant takes 6 of that.
Yeah.
See if Rose can succeed one strength check across the game she's been in, nor another 8. Exactly what I wrote last time.
Okay, so you are also grappled and restrained, I'm afraid. Molly's now going to cast a spell.
Then can I counterspell, and I have subtle spell, so I don't need to use verbal and somatic components, which should make the restrain and grapple.
Okay.
And I'm gonna counterspell at... I'll counterspell at 5th level. Shot in the dark.
Yeah, you feel that kind of like magical energy crackle around you, and it immediately fizzles out.
Nice. Beautiful.
So then that is Molly's turn. Rose, it's you up next.
Yeah, I will face step on this like magical ethereal tidal wave. I will go, I think it's 30, so I'm gonna go 30. Perfect. Sorry, Nadette. I'm gonna go here next to Riva. And then Riva, you have advantage on your next attack roll. And then I'm just gonna take a shot with Secretary at the eel that just tried to grapple me. 28 to hit.
That hits.
That is 12 points of radiant damage.
Okay, Molly's then going to take a legendary action to fling Riva. You get flung 40 feet to the very back of this bow. You hit the back railing with some force, and you're going to take the maximum amount of bludgeoning damage. Riva, you're going to take 25 points of bludgeoning damage as you are flung to the back of the boat. It is now a lair action.
No!
Yeah. Riva, could you make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Ugh, that's ugly. That's a nat 1.
Oh no. Okay. You are flung through the air and you slide across the deck and hit the back of the railing, and the whole boat seems to kind of shudder, and that shudder reverberates across the ocean, across the floor, up the walls, and you see stalactites above you start to tremble and break as 3 huge stalactites fall from their position on the ceiling and crash around you. You're going to take 18 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone. Yeah, that's that one. It's your turn now. It's your turn now, Riva.
Prone. Ugh, the worst condition. Well then, since I'm knocked prone, what I'm going to do is then use half of my movement to get up from prone. I'm going to use my full action then to dash in combination with my remaining movement to move right up next to Nadette.
Sure.
And then I think what I would like to do then is to use my bonus action here, Master of Tactics, just to give the help action to Nadette since we're right together. And then I will pass through the rest of my turn.
Molly's going to take a legendary action after you, Riva. Tennant, kind of like about to take his turn, has started to kind of like find his footing on the edge of this boat as he tries to scale it. He's not looking very good, by the way. And from behind him, he hears this like kind of echoing sneer as Molly goes, "Let me help you with that." And one of these heads launches at him and makes a bite attack at him. Yeah, that'll do it. That's 11 points, and I fail my strength save because I'm not very strong. Yeah, not looking very good, is now grappled and suspended now, above the deck, which is one thing. Okay, it is now Tennant's turn. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna try and shoot this thing whilst my gun pistol is in its mouth.
Reaction to cancel it out. Shoot flat. From my totem.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so fucking much. I was like, cancel it out! Betrayal!
Disadvantage! No, I counterspell your gunfire.
Hey, both of those go off. Yeah, that is 19 on one of these things. I think Tennant like fires once and the bullet kind of like goes up through the roof of its mouth and explodes out of one of its eyes. The other one is a 5, so that's a 24 total points of damage to this thing. And I think, yeah, kind of like looking really grisly, kind of calls out, "A little help!" Redella, it is your turn. Up next.
Alright, I'm gonna attack the one that's in front of me again. 22.
Yeah, that hits. Sorry. Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, that's a 32.
Okay, beautiful.
And then on the second attack, 15?
To hit, that does not hit, I'm afraid.
Goddamn. Okay. Yeah, with that attack, I think she swings and kind of hacks again. Just very diligently trying to saw this thing in half. And then I think as she hears Tennant shouting a little help, she gets a little distracted on the second hit and like glances over her shoulder and misses.
You hack real good at this thing. This head does not like you. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Cool. Last legendary action of this turn is going to be to fling Tennant. I'm going to fling him right at you, sis. That is 5, 10, 15, 20 feet. So you take...
Get off me, idiot.
Take 9 points of damage as this head kind of like shakes him like a fucking dog with like a toy in its mouth and throws him at you, Ruby. And you both land. You both take 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow. How's he looking?
Barely alive.
Oh god, okay.
Ruby, you're up next.
Okay. Am I still, like, do I have movement again? Was that just a one-round thing?
I mean, you're still prone because you got...
Yeah, I'm still prone.
Brother.
But, yeah.
But you have...
Okay.
You have movement again.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think Ruby's panicking a little.
Can I make it sad? Can I make it sad? You know the way in which Tennant held you as you died? I think Tennant now is kind of like on top of your body, exactly in a complete reversal of that situation. You're welcome.
Jess, when I can think of you.
Sorry.
I'm getting on a plane
You've
right
been
now.
taunting me all
When
day.
I catch you. I have been. It's been terrible. I think that Ruby just absolutely ate shit. She got shaken out of that crow's nest like a baby bird pushed out of the nest way too fucking soon.
Mm-hmm.
They were doing well, now they're not. Everywhere around her, everyone's getting absolute shit kicked by these monsters. And now he's here, and she's him like, oh god, is this what I did to you? Feeling inside of her. And I think that she just panics and puts one hand out, like, on the side of his face, and is just, like, a little bit, like, hitting him in, like, a wake up, like, you need to stay with me. And I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds as she kind of feels that, that infernal heart that he lent her. And it's just pouring as much of it as she can in. I imagine he's, like, freezing and wet from being thrown into the oven again. And she is just, like, begging him to stay conscious. And it's just like, come on, just don't, you have to stay up, stay awake, stay with me. You're not going anywhere. We can beat it.
How many points of healing is that?
That is so not a lot. Actually, no, I'm gonna cast this at the highest possible level. I'm gonna cast this at the level. So it'll be a little... I rolled like dog shit. 8 points of healing.
8 points of healing. Okay.
Yeah.
Could you roll me an Arcana check, please?
Okay. An 11.
I think you feel like your the heat in your palms as you kind of like deliver this healing like flare a little bit more than they typically would when you have kind of like cast a spell before, when you have healed before. It's almost as if like the part of your hearth powering this magic recognizes its original owner as it kind of like reaches out a hand. But that is it. Is that your action?
Yeah.
Okay. I think when you deliver this healing to him, you kind of like see like their chest rise with breath and their kind of like eyes flutter and kind of like give you a little bit of like a, they kind of meet your gaze and like a steady like, okay, I'm not dead yet. Nadette, you are up next with Molly on deck.
Absolutely. I would love to swing around so I can flank this eel head with my mommy, and then I would like to just take 2 attack on this eel head. 22 on that.
Yes, that does hit.
18 plus 8 necrotic.
Okay.
Damn.
Half to 4.
Cool, and that's my first attack, and I'm going to take a 29 to hit.
Yes, that hits.
Okay, so that is 13 damage. And then as a bonus action, I would love to look across this eel head at my mother and just go, Riva, I got engaged today, and give you a d6 bardic. And that's why I'm choosing to break the news, is every time I give a bardic, I'm telling people I got engaged. So you have a d6 bardic inspiration. And I think then I'm like, I'm not going to use the rest of my movement to like leave this affected area, but I think I'm like wheeling around to face the other one. So I'm telling you I'm engaged and then not looking at you, and that's my turn.
Holy shit. That's so good.
I rolled I rolled the dice just for eyes. I rolled a 16 on it. I'm not surprised.
That's so funny. My god. So, is that your turn, Nadette? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It is Molly's turn. She is going to... This little head over here is going to make a bite attack at you, Rose. And that is a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Would you make a strength save for me, please?
Yeah, don't worry, I've got it in the bag. I probably don't even have to roll, because, like, I'm gonna do so good on it, you know?
Actually, you know what? Don't worry about it. Because it doesn't matter. She's going, instead of making a second bite attack elsewhere, just use that second action to immediately fling you as far as she can, which is going to be...
Cool.
That is going to be like 55 feet in this direction to the back of this cave.
I rolled a 15 on my check. Does that? It's the best strength check I've ever rolled. Does it matter at all?
No.
Okay. The one time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That would have been a fail anyway. I'm sorry, babe.
It's
You
okay.
take 23 points of bludgeoning damage as you are thrown to the very furthest corner of this cage. With a spell attack, Molly is then going to kind of like tilt her head. You hear that? Oh, yes?
I'm dead. No, that's a joke. Tenant takes 11, which I hate to remind you of.
Oh no! Fuck! That's fine! I have 2 points!
Slay.
Okay. This is so evil. Okay, cool. Molly's gonna look over at the pair of you, Ruby and Tennant, and kind of like sees you kind of cradling his body, and kind of like, again, that wicked grin kind of spreads across her face. She goes, I've seen this movie before. And she's going to summon this kind of like wellspring of energy. And all of you see the kind of air around Ruby and Tennant kind of like glimmer and shift almost like a mirage, as with this like resounding kind of like force of explosion, a wall of force surrounds them, isolating them imperviously from everything else, anyone else's ability to reach them, and just says, I'll put you back in the same room. Let me try and find a little circle
Can
to
I ask
kind of...
a question before you go to that trouble?
Yeah.
You threw me 55 feet.
I
Yes?
threw you over 55.
Does that mean I am within 60 feet of her?
You're within not actually her center, which is where that's coming from. Sorry.
Okay.
There you go. That is Molly's turn. Rose, you are up next.
Yeah, no worries. So I'm literally off the map. I'm actually just gonna head out. You guys can handle this.
You're off the map?
I'm
You're just off the ship.
But am I not off? Oh, I see. I'm under my
You just-
microphone.
Oh.
I thought you just deleted me, and I said, okay.
No! You're just in the back
Like,
corner.
I cannot overstate the 2 squares behind my microphone are where I am. That's actually so funny.
You might have just deleted your token.
Yeah, you can leave kicks me out of the call. Oh, this is not what I was gonna do right now, but also I have no other way to get back over there. So yeah, I think that Rose kind of like lands in the water. Am I in the water or am I on the ground?
No, you're on kind of like the sand. Yeah.
Sure. I think Rose lands in the sand, sits up, lets out a pained like wheeze and goes, "Oh, bitch!" And then I'm gonna stand up and focus for a minute, and that nobody can see me, but if you could see me, you would watch as like the sort of like silver in my hair becomes gold and shifts and glints in the light, and Rose's form grows and grows as is immersed in this golden light, and I'm just gonna polymorph myself into a young gold dragon.
Yeah, you are!
What are you gonna do about it? You can't throw that, can you, Molly? Affectionate. And then, so that's my action. I have a 40-foot fly, or excuse me, I have an 80-foot fly speed. I will just sort of fly into, I think I'm gonna fly over on this side, kind of where like the reef is, and land like where the water is just coming up. And I think I'm just gonna like, if like this dragon could have the expression that Rose gets when like she wins an argument, that's the expression that Rose would have right now, as she like sits up very tall and these like gleaming golden eyes stare beads into Molly.
Yeah.
And that's all for me, because I have no bonus actions.
Beautiful turn.
Thanks.
Dragon. Kaiju fight! Kaiju fight!
Yeah!
It is now a lair action. Let me have a look at this. Riva, Nadette, and Ridella, would you all make me dexterity saving throws, please?
15.
That's
Is
a
this
fail.
a effect? Like, not a spell?
Yes.
Because it's a lair action? Okay, great. So I have advantage on this.
Okay,
I made 29.
that's a success.
24.
That's a success. So, again, you see that same arc of like blue lightning zigzag across the battlefield and like electrocute, explode right at the points where you are. Riva, you take full damage, which is 15 points of lightning damage. Ridella. The other 2, you take half of that, so 7. Riva, you're up next. Tenant on deck.
Can I ask a somewhat fun question? How is the mast looking on the ship? It's been buffeted by lightning, and there's all these been rumbles, and there's a force field. Was it a wall of force that's currently
Yes.
supporting it? But how is the mast looking?
No, great. This is a shipwreck, so it's pretty weak.
I want to shoot a glance across the chasm of these 2 ships, and I want to look at Ridella, and I want to sort of like, I think in the midst of battle, I think share a look that we've shared 1,000 times before, and sort of like glance over at the mast to be like, do you think you can take this down?
I think she's looking at it and she's kind of like, we don't know where this is gonna fall.
What I would like to do is use my bonus action to disengage, and I would like to get as close as possible to Molly and use my coffin nail.
Yeah, go for it.
So that's gonna be a 25 to hit.
That hits.
It's gonna be 38 damage. Importantly, though, I have the Mage Slayer feat.
Mhm.
So, on an attack, when I damage a creature that is concentrating on a spell, that creature has disadvantage on the saving throw it makes to maintain its concentration.
So I'm going to make it flat because I'll tell you now, because she's in her lair, she typically has advantage on con saves to maintain concentration. And how much total damage did you do?
That's 38.
Okay. Her concentration cannot be broken unless she takes damage equal or greater than 40.
Okay.
Oh,
It's a big monster, but I will give you that information with that use of that Mage Slayer feat. You see that wall around Ruby and Tennant flicker slightly, and you just kind of see like Molly's kind of like glowing fish eyes glow a little bit brighter, and she just kind of like laughs at you. However, with that kind of like sliced attack onto the head, its entire lower jaw just falls slack to the ground, and that whole entire neck just flops dead at your feet as this head is now taken off the board. It is Tennant's turn up next. I'm first of all going to use a bonus action. I just remembered I had this. I have second wind. I'm going to regain a d10 plus 6 hit points. So that's 11 points back. So I now have a grand total of 13. I think what that looks like is you kind of like you see what would, again, originally kind of be fueled by Tennant's own infernal hearth. You see something try to kind of flicker in his eyes, Ruby, and it just kind of like flitters out before he can. You kind of see him, he sits up a little bit in your arms and just goes, I'm not fucking dying on this fucking ship. And that is his bonus action. Now, I don't think he can make an attack in this bubble. Let me double check.
There's one guy in here in the bubble with us.
Oh, excellent.
There's
I'm gonna
one in
kill
our
him.
bubble. Let's fuck. Yeah, I was gonna say let's fuck this guy up.
Cool. So I do 28 total points of damage to this guy, who is also now looking really fucked up. As he just fires 2 shots. He kind of like tells you to cover your ears first and then fires the shots. And that's going to be Tennant's turn. It is Rodella up next.
Having clocked what Revo was like gesturing to, Rodella takes a look at the mast. But I think looking at Tennant and Ruby so close to this mast and not knowing where it might fall, I think Rodella gets anxious. And I think she sees, as she turns around and kind of like locks her eyes on Tennant and Ruby, she feels like a tugging in her chest, seeing them kind of like stuck there together. And I think suddenly she turns back and looks over at Molly and kind of like instinctually is pulled towards Molly. So I'm going to Misty Step 30 feet so I'm above Molly.
Above her? You go, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna pull a Rodella.
Crazy. Yeah.
So I think Rodella starts dropping down. So first attack. Oh, god damn it, 14.
That does not hit.
Not hit. But okay, second attack.
Is it a nat 20? That is so insane.
So yeah, second attack's a nat 20. So that's 113 points of damage.
Okay. Talk to me about what that initial miss and then natural 20 with over 100 points of damage looks like as you materialize above the air, over the ocean, above this monster, and just drive down.
So yeah, I think as Rodella appears kind of like above Molly, she starts falling, and as she's falling, she just kind of like, for a second, it's like the panic kind of sets in, and this like fear that she's never experienced during battle before. kind of kicks in, and she swings kind of like haphazardly as she's coming down, and swings too soon, and it goes over Molly's head, kind of like slicing a couple of the, hairs on top of her head. And then as she kind of is falling down, she like kind of comes level with Molly's eyes, and that feeling kind of fades, and Rodella kind of locks in and swings the sword back the other way to try and drive it into her neck.
Yeah, you drive. The force of like your great sword slashes through another couple of those kind of like tentacle tendrils. We're gonna drop 2 of these heads off of the map as you do so. As you just slice through like 2 necks as you get towards her, and you see her eyes kind of go wide with pain and shock and just sheer like fucking audacity of this woman to land on her head and start stabbing at her. Yeah, that's another 2 heads off the board.
I do understand if I need to fall in the water. Like, you don't have to have me land on Molly.
No, for the moment, you are on top of her.
Just like standing on her shoulders.
This is a gargantuan creature. Like,
okay.
She's not a regular sized guy. This is a huge monster. So you can very much like be on top of her. Yeah, why don't you smooch whilst you're at it? Anyway.
Does that do anything for concentration on this wall of force that I want to get out?
So true! That's an insane DC with that level of damage, right? Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Concentration drops. I'm not even going to... That wall materializes out of you. Ruby, it is your turn up next.
I want to get myself up from prone because I have been sat on my ass for 3 rounds. Sometimes you get kicked and you just can't get back up for a little bit. Going to start taking shots on her regular old-fashioned way. Let's see how we do. I got a nat 20.
Yeah.
And also a 25. It's gonna be 66 points of damage.
Which of these are you attacking, her or a head, or where are we going with this?
Her, because she has pissed me off real bad.
Yeah.
I think that Ruby does not even have the wherewithal to like wipe the tears out of her eyes that are streaming down her face, and there is just nothing but fucking rage.
So one of these arrows kind of like whizzes past her like cheekbone again, leaves like another kind of deep flesh wound on her cheekbone that fails to bleed, but just leaches this strange ink. And you see it kind of like sink into a specific vertebrae of one of these other heads, and you see it giving it like a full body like shiver and just go limp as another head is taken off the board. Molly's going to take a legendary action at this point as you kind of like watch as some of these crashing waves around you they get more violent and kick up more and more sea mist into the air, and suddenly this sea mist coalesces and you feel like immediately like an acrid kind of burning in the back of your throat as you smell the very clear stench of poison as this poison sea mist rolls across the deck towards you and Tennant. Both need to make me con saves, please.
I rolled okay though. I got an 18.
That is a fail.
And I would also love to hellish rebuke her.
An 18 is a fail?
Yep.
Whoa!
Fuck! You don't want to know what my spell save DC is. That is 24 points of poison damage.
Ow.
Remind me what your save was, Ruby?
I got an 18.
Okay. So you're okay, but because Tennant failed by more than 5, he immediately drops unconscious at your feet.
You're sick and twisted!
As a follow-up to this, since you mentioned
Yeah.
spell save DC, is this...
Well, actually, I'm in the veil anyway, so I would be unconscious anyway, but anyway. I'm both in the veil and unconscious. Great. Sorry, what was your question, Reva?
Is this a spell cast?
No.
Okay.
If Tennant is in the veil, he's actually not because he has Death Ward on him. So he would go
Great.
up to 1.
Well, I put back to 1, but I'm still unconscious. But good
Beautiful.
to know. Good to know. Good to know.
Oh, thank
I'm
God.
also going to hellish rebuke her because
Please
that
do.
hurted. Okay, that's a dex save for her.
That's a 26.
That definitely succeeds, but she will still take damage. I got a 15, so half of 15. It's a 7, 8, something like that.
Okay. Cool. Is that your turn?
That's my reaction.
That's your reaction. Yes.
That was your turn.
That was my turn. It's my
Yeah.
bad. Nadette, you are up next with Molly on deck.
I think Nadette sees Tennant start to fall unconscious, and I think just like roars in just a like, no, we're all getting out of this. This is not a day where we lose. Just like visceral primal roar, and it's just gonna full speed run at Molly and like take 2 attacks with the great axe.
Yeah.
So that is a 26 to hit on my first attack.
Mhm.
And a 25 on my second. 17 regular damage and then 4 necrotic. And that is a 10 for second
Okay.
attack. And then bonus action, I'm going to make eye contact with Rodella from like through the writhing tentacles of Molly, and just like look and just like face absolutely beaming, covered in blood, just like I asked Sam to marry me and she said yes, and you get a D6 bardic inspiration.
I'm so obsessed with this.
And that's my turn.
Okay. It is Molly's turn. As each of you kind of like one by one land these like insane attacks and more of these like eel heads, either decapitated entirely, swirling into dark ocean, or they shudder and fall limp. She lets out this like piercing guttural cry right in front of your face, Rodella, as you look at each other eye to eye, and it reverberates through this kind of like storm-racked cavern, and the entire shipwreck begins to shudder. And then from this kind of like gaping wound where that ship's keel is split entirely in two, a swirling vortex of dark water and golden light begins to form, and it starts to grow and starts to pull everything nearby with this insane, immense force. All of you standing on the deck feel it lurch beneath your feet as the two halves start to fold inwards, and you begin to fall tumbling vertically down this deck. Everyone standing on Molly, which I believe is just Rodella and Nadette, you are also pulled in as she is to this swirling vortex. Even Rose, are you flying currently, or are you on the deck?
I do think I'm not on the deck. I think I said I landed like on the shore.
On the shore, even the shoreline is like starts to get you find yourself also dragged into this vortex, and all of you are plunged into these icy depths, and you find yourselves in a cathedral-like chamber. This chamber is cavernous and imposing. Its walls seem to be carved from this deep slate blue coral that glimmers faintly with that same bioluminescence. It's also mosaicked with these kind of irregular pieces and patterns of this like mother of pearl substance. Jagged pillars of coral twist up, 6 different ones upwards like the ribs of like a massive sea beast, giving this kind of space this strange cage-like feel. There are still these like pools of dark, slightly rippling seawater dotting around you, the floor. There are carved reliefs in the walls of images that depict like drowning figures and crude depictions of Molly in various kind of monstrous forms, shown with in this kind of like crude, like her arms outstretched, guiding like a trail of faceless souls towards this like imagined horizon. At the center of this temple is this grotesque, twisted altar formed of coral and bone. And hovering, suspended in the air above it, is a spectral cage of faint glowing light. Within it, a brilliant white crow. This crow's wings are spread, outstretched, and their form kind of flickers and falters, just like a flame almost about to be extinguished. And at the far end of this chamber, carved directly into the coral wall, is like a similar, like throne with that similar kind of jagged bone and coral material. It's encrusted with barnacles and dripping with seaweed, and it's exaggerated and oversized in this like extravagant scale, and the backrest is shaped like a sun bursting over an ocean horizon. You find yourself in the Luminaries' temple. Initiative is paused just for the moment. You do not see anyone around you. What would you like to do?
Is Tennant unconscious still?
Yeah.
Was this like a magical transportation, or did we like take falling damage?
You didn't take falling damage, but this was like a physical, like, you don't know kind of like wherever the vortex was, it's now disappeared, but you were kind of like physically dragged into a vortex and deposited somewhere else.
Okay.
I think Nadette is gonna run over to Tennant. Because Tennant's still unconscious?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think... Diana, if Ruby's right next to him and you want it, go for it. But if not, Nadette is gonna pop a cork on one of the healing potions that she has and shove it down his throat.
No, go for it. Yeah.
You reach into your pocket, Nadette. That healing potion is gone.
No!
Fuck. You hear a reverberating laugh start to echo around the chambered walls of this space. Can everyone re-roll me initiative, please? 30 to 25? 25 to 20?
23.
20 to 15?
18.
16.
15.
And Reva, what did you get?
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
That's a 6.
Why do you think you rolled a nat 1 for flavor?
I think it's seeing that white crow.
Yeah. We are back in initiative. Nadette, having just dived into this like pocket where this healing potion would be and finding it empty, what is your turn in this space?
I think, like, just the pure rage of, like, that's not fair, motherfucker! I think Nadette, like, whirls around and is just, like, looking for something to fight. Okay, so we're down here. Do I see any molly, any eels?
No, but make a perception check for me.
That is a 12 plus 4 for a 16.
With a 16, I think you see in a far corner of the temple, probably kind of like in an alcove by one of these staircases here, you see like a discarded pile of like spell components and magic items kind of with a haphazard like rotted fishing net kind of thrown over it, and kind of rotting sails from probably like the shipwreck up where you just were. And beneath one of its kind of like, there's this like gentle breeze kind of flowing through this cathedral chamber. You don't know where it's coming from, but the kind of like the edge of this tarp kind of flutters a little bit, and you catch a reflection, and you catch just a familiar edge of one of those soul seer mirrors as kind of encrusted barnacle frame peeks out from underneath.
And do I see that by the right or left stair?
Left, kind of where the circle is.
So I can get all the way to here.
Sure.
And I, like, just, like, with, like, the end of my axe, like, throwing the tarp up to get a better look at what's going on here, I suppose.
Yeah, you see probably a bunch of magical components you don't really recognize, but you see in full view one of those like soul mirrors. It's not the one that you have. It's fully intact. It's not shattered or anything, but it's pointing in the direction of that cage, and you see in its reflection the kind of spectral form of Bernadette kind of like curled up, almost unconscious in this cage.
I think all the fight just leaves Nadette entirely, and I think she stops raging. Not on purpose. I think it just happened.
Oh. That's really sad.
And I just like in like a very broken voice, like, this stuff or spell over here, I don't know what it means. Someone who knows more magic should come look. And I think it's just staring into the mirror at the reflection.
Is that your turn? Okay. Next up is a lair action. You see reflected in this mirror kind of like that curled up form of Bernadette. You only really see kind of like her kind of arched spine and just that kind of like white crop of hair. And then you kind of see the mirror's reflection fill with like another figure, all of these kind of spectral, ghostly figures that you can't make out the details of, but you suddenly, it's almost as if the room fills with the souls of 100 tormented people that Molly has made deals with over her lifetime as a hag. And all of them begin to wail. They're like this wailing cry, like sorrowful, tormented scream fills and echoes throughout the temple. All of you need to make a wisdom save, please. Okay, anyone who got less than a 22 fails. Anyone, the nat 20 and everyone who got above a 22 succeeds. Nothing happens to you. The rest of you feel like just like grief kind of sit heavy in your bones as these people's like cries tear at like little pieces of your soul. You will take 6 points of psychic damage, but you will also have disadvantage on your next attack roll or saving throw. Okay. It is Molly's turn. You all feel kind of like the air around you start to shift, and you see ahead of you, right in front of that throne, out of seawater, like twisted barnacles and corals suddenly form the shape of Molly. She's no longer in her kraken form, but she still looks quite different to the last time you faced her. She is kind of like humanoid and hag-like from like the torso up, but from the torso downwards, she is still this kind of elevated, writhing like mess of long black tentacles, kind of like upright. She's probably standing at about like 15, 16 feet tall, upright on these tentacles. And you see this form materialize in front of you just as she kind of like raises her hands, and all of the light in this room seems to be sucked out entirely, and all of the shadows begin to coalesce. And she casts Maddening Darkness. I'm gonna use my little guy over here.
Little?
Nadette, you are just out of range of this, so this does not affect you. You all start to hear like shrieks and like mad laughter. Those kind of like it's basically the mournful wails that kind of just filled the room evolve into just like screeching and gibbering and laughter. And you must all make wisdom saving throws. Yeah, right now. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the wording of this spell. Would you all make me a wisdom saving throw? If you get less than 22, you fail. So those who fail, you take 40 points of psychic damage. Those who do not, you take half, which is 20.
I am down.
We can't see anything, right?
You now can no longer see.
Okay, so we have no idea if anyone's like falling, or like we don't know what's happening to anyone around us.
Not within the sphere. Nadette,
Okay.
you just see like shadows swarm the area where your family is standing. It's Ruby's turn with Rose up on deck.
Okay, this sucks. This sucks supremely. And we're in magical darkness right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Jess, I'm gonna ask you to take a walk with me.
I hate it when you ask me to do this.
Just hold my hand. Just hold my hand. Now we wait. We go. It'll be fine. Okay. Oh. My brother is so unconscious. I'm freaking out about that. This is so bad. I know that there is something to the idea of Tennant's hearth, that fire that she is holding on to that seems to want to make its way back to him, and she can figure out how to expel it, but she doesn't know how to make it stick. And I've got in my pocket a piece of a mirror that lets bind people's soul to things. I'm trying to use the mirror to try what I did before, but make it stick.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're casting Cure Wounds, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't think is going to get him out of the hole.
It's
But it might.
not, but let's I would like you to roll me an ability check of your choice with advantage. If
Okay.
you can, like, make an argument for why you chosen that ability.
Okay. I want to say survival.
Okay. I think I know why, but just for fun. Why?
Yeah. Well, because the entire point of being a ranger, all of the mechanics, all of the abilities, the entire point of studying the land and the nature within it to that point is to have such mastery over it that there is nothing that can get you. If there is anything out there that can get the drop on you, you know how to deal with it. You know how to. And there is quite literally no point in the decades that she has spent not only maintaining mastery over the wilderness that is Dorithium, but also the wilderness that lives within her, if she cannot do this right now.
So you pull on the threads that kind of you remember when you called to Henry with that shard of mirror in your hand. You pull on that sort of feeling. You pull on your own hearth and your own magic to deliver this healing to your brother. And once again, as that kind of like infernal energy like reaches your palm and holds out a hand, what did you get on your roll?
I did it. It's an unnatural 20. Wait, advantage?
Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
Coming clutch.
Your hearth reaches out a hand and something clasps it. And there is this surge. All of you feel this surge of heat around you. As in this blackness, a 10-foot cube around Tennant and Ruby actually begins to illuminate and fight back the shadows. As Ruby's hearth rears in her chest, travels down her arm, and catches in Tennant's chest, where it has remained empty and cold for the last number of days. It reignites as the hearth is suddenly split between the two of you, and his eyes fly open, lifted from unconsciousness, and they are burning orange. And he sits up with this like ragged gasp as this orange, warm light, the light of fire, of hearth, of family, of home, fills the space and fights back against these shadows. And because it was an nat 20, and I think it's cool, I think Tennant can be out of the veil.
That feels right. You're the DM, so I
am the DM!
I will bow to whatever you say, man.
Okay. Yeah, you healed him really good and also gave him back half of his hearth, so that slays. Is there anything else you would like to do in your turn?
That feels like more than enough.
All right!
2 little salt lamps.
Yeah, both of them are like lava lamping it up in this darkness. Rose, it is your turn with Rodella up on deck.
Yes. So, Rose. So I just sort of as a general above board note. Also, I have blind sight. So if anything comes within 30 feet of me that I can't see otherwise, I know it's there.
Okay.
Which is super helpful as I'm about to start running and flying through this darkness, and I'm able to avoid my family. Thank God. I'm going to fly my full 80 feet, which I've counted out would bring me. Actually, she's on the throne, right? I should double check that before I do that.
She was standing in front of them, the front throne, the last time you saw, but now you're in darkness, so I don't believe you can see anything unless you come out of it.
And I will pause right here. Is she in front of the throne?
Yeah, she's right here.
Perfect. Then I will continue, which I think that's 80 feet. Right in front of her. And Nadat, you're the only one who can see this, but as Rose emerges from this darkness, you watch as the scales underneath the gold begin to light and flicker with luminous, just bright red fire as it crawls up her throat. And Rose is just gonna bear down in front of Molly, roar, and I'm just going to fire breath just right in her goddamn face. Can I please have a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
Thanks.
That is a 19.
19, that's okay. She still takes half. 53 points have to... God, please, someone else do that math for me. 26?
Yeah.
Is that real?
Yeah.
To 26 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to, as I breathe this fire, extend my wings a little bit to try and give the rest of my family cover and make myself, the largest target possible.
Hell yeah.
And that's me.
That is your turn. Rodella, you are up next with Tennant on deck.
Okay. So kind of sitting in this darkness, and hearing the gargantuan form of Rose flying past, and seeing this glowing to the side, Rodella kind of reaches out blindly behind her. And does she feel Riva?
Probably in this space, you can just about see Riva because of the light that Tennant and Ruby are
Okay.
giving off. So yeah, she's
Cool.
right next to you.
So yeah, I think she reaches out and grips Riva's hand from where she's standing. I think Rodella is going to reach back and do lay on hands for 40. And then I think seeing, Tennant glowing a little bit and feeling her hand wrapped around Riva's and feeling the warmth of her, Rodella looks back and gives Riva a little wink and then is gonna just run forward just to try and start getting out of here. Out of this darkness. Yeah, as soon as she's out of this, I think she's gonna try to attack with her leg again, with the leggy.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, that's rough. That's a 8.
It does not hit.
God damn it. So yeah, she comes out of the dark, sees what's going on, and tries to kick again, but slips a little.
Yeah, that spike shoots out of your leg and just doing, into the coral wall beside her. Is that your turn?
Yep.
Could you make me... you're now right next to Nadat. You're also now right next to this mirror. Can you make me an Arcana check, please, as someone who has a lot of magic?
18.
You look in the reflection, you see the same thing that Nadette did. You see, like, the spectral kind of, like, ghost form of Bernadette curled up in this cage, eyes kind of, like, closed. Looks like, her face almost looks, like, peaceful, but you can tell, like, just from, like, the tension in her shoulders that, like, understanding what Molly is using Bernadette for, she's clearly being drained of some sort of, like, physical power. You can see also this kind of like spectral cage that is formed around this bird, around Bernadette. You see the way that, like, you almost see like the same threads of magic that conjure it. It's like you see the threads and how they attach to Molly and how they attach to Bernadette in this kind of like trifecta, how they all link to each other and how they all link back to the mirror as well.
Wait, the mirror that is in front of us or the mirror that Rose has?
The mirror that Rose has is in a pouch on her chest, so
okay,
you don't...
so the mirror that's just directly in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what you see.
Cool.
It's now Tennant's turn. Tennant, having had a very brutal wake-up call, I think, like...
Energy drink.
Yeah! Kind of bolts upright, meets your eye, Ruby, kind of like looks down and sees that their own chest is glowing again, and I think just like throws their arms around you in like, I think maybe one of the tightest hugs you've had from your brother, second to the one you got back when you were resurrected from death. And you just like, he just holds you for a couple of seconds. Not quite sure what he's trying to like communicate through this hug, only like just a mixture of like gratitude and fear and like almost that kind of sibling, like older brother comfort of like, it's okay, I'm here, and also we're gonna be okay. And then he's gonna kind of like, then in another kind of very brotherly fashion, kind of use your head to kind of like push himself up to standing, and turns around and tries to find a way out of this darkness. I think the quickest way you can do that is out here. So he kind of just stands on the edge of this darkness and is gonna try and take a shot from this angle. Actually, you know what? I think Tennant, on the edge of this darkness, you see, spots the cage and is going to shoot at the cage at least once, which hits. Okay, so he shoots once at Molly and once at the cage. The shot he fires at the cage, you see immediately the cage reflects it off. It is not able to be damaged by any sort of like physical attack immediately. That's what you learn. The one that fires at Molly... Oh, double 10s! Slay. That is 32 points of damage. That's the highest damage roll I've done so fucking far. Anyway, one shot. Let's go. That's Tennant's turn. He's gonna bonus action hide behind that pillar. It is Reva's turn. Reva, you are out of the veil. You are no longer required to make death saving throws.
I would like to use my movement just to get directly in front of the cage as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then what I'd like to do is, could I use... I was going to say, I think one of the first things that a Crowcolt learns is how to pick a lock.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to take a moment to inspect to see if there's any... Like, to learn more about how this cage is constructed and if there is a lock to pick.
Yeah, make either an investigation or like a perception check.
How high up is the cage?
The cage is kind of suspended. I think is probably like just above kind of like Reva's head.
That's going to be a 25.
Yeah.
25.
So what do you... So first thing you see is there's no lock on this cage. This cage is not like something that you could pick open, or you also know from the way that you heard Tennant's gun fire and you heard it like that bullet refract off of the cage, that this thing is imposed kind of like physical damage. If you to make like a physical like melee attack against it, it wouldn't do anything. But you do see that this cage is very, very magical and is very, very tied somehow both to Molly and Bernadette, and the magic kind of like flowing through both of them.
Okay. So there's this magical chain and stuff like that. Could I use some type of action to sort of ascertain the nature of this chain and try to understand in some way, shape, or form how to, or learn some way to how to break it, or if it's only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is magic based, so
This
I
is magic
think
based.
that would be an Arcana check.
This would be a 16.
Okay, let me. Oh, that's rolling at 20. Okay. Hours ago, you were in a graveyard where you saw Rose attempt to use that Soulseer mirror for the ability that she attuned to it for, which was to separate a soul from its binding. She attempted to separate Sally from the gun that she was in. Unfortunately, because of her tie to Wallow, she was immediately, like, her soul was drawn back into that body. But you know for a fact that these Soulseer mirrors have the ability to separate souls from bodies. Molly has used them to kind of like take souls from statues and make them into kind of like monstrous bodies. She's used it to take Henry and trap him into different things. You know that like this mirror can be used to take souls and transfer them from one vessel into another. You know that Rose, as a fae and who is attuned to one of these mirrors, has that ability. It does seem that whatever is powering like this cage itself is connected to both Bernadette, and because Molly is drawing on Bernadette as a power source, it is also connected to Molly.
Got it. So then I could make the inference then that sort of if we're able to break this link or break this chain or break these connections somehow, we can depower Molly.
Yeah, and you get the impression that the mirror is the key to doing so.
Got it. So then, I think I'm still in darkness, but I think that's flavored. Could I use my bonus action here, Master of Tactics, to provide the help action to Rodella, and then wrap up my turn there?
Yeah, absolutely. Nadette, you are up next.
I think, right, watching this fog envelop around the family, there's just a, like, I think Nadette is lost for a second, and then seeing Rose emerge, and Rodella emerge, and Tennant emerge, I think Nadette kind of gets this second wind back and is going to kind of look at Bernadette and, you know, kind of thinks like, well, I have always hoped that I have earned this name, and now's the fucking chance to prove it. So I would like to bonus action Rage again. And I'm going to get up to here with my movement, and then I would like to, because Nadette is a Crowcolt, Nadette always has daggers on her. So I think is going to pull out the dagger that she has, and is just going to throw the two she has at Molly on the throne and make 2 attacks with those. That's a 19 to hit.
That hits.
And the second one is a 17.
That does not hit.
Okay. 10 regular damage and 6 necrotic. And yeah, I think as these daggers, one, I think the first one sinks, the other one just Nadette thinks the first one is gonna miss and overcorrects with the second one before the first one can hit. And then I think is just gonna pull back out the great axe and just get in a ready stance for the next turn.
Yeah, you can see your attacks on Molly this time around. Previously, her Kraken form seemed very, very bolstered, very, very resistant to damage. And these attacks are landing much more solidly. They are, when she bleeds like proper black viscous blood rather than that kind of pathetic, inky seawater. That is Nadette's turn. It is now time for another lair action. Could Rose and Nadette, please make me a Constitution save, please.
18 for me.
That's a fail.
I don't suppose this is against being poisoned.
No.
Then it's also a fail for me.
Would you both roll me a d6, please?
Fine.
I got a 6.
I got a 4.
Okay. So some of the shadows still kind of like surrounding that like furthest area of the temple. You see some of them peel off, and another few peel off from like the furthest corners of this temple and start to coalesce around you. And you feel these shadows start to drain you of your energy. Nadette, you rolled a 6, so you take 66 damage, which is going to be...
I thought that was 66 and not
No.
66, and I just about pissed my pants.
I could have survived 66 damage, but 66 is definitely better.
You take 25 points of necrotic damage,
Okay.
and Molly regains a 6th level spell slot.
Oh,
Rose, you rolled a 4 on the dice, so you
Yes.
take 4d6, which is going to be 10, 14, 15 points of damage, and she gets a 4th level spell slot back.
Okay.
It is Molly's turn next, having just been blasted with this fire breath weapon. She's going to retaliate with a cone of cold. She drops concentration on this area of darkness in order to do so.
Nice.
So that's going to get Rose for sure. It's just going to miss Nadette and
They can get me.
Radella, but Reva, you are also going to get got, I'm afraid.
whoa.
I did not realize how big that was. Okay.
No, I have a resistance to cold. Get me! I'm resistant.
Hey, can I make a pitch just because of how physics works? That there is a big dragon directly in front of me.
And I did try to make
You know
myself
what?
a shield.
Okay, you did say that, so I'm going to say, Reva, you don't get this.
I love you
So
so much.
you need to, you need to make a con save, please, for me, James.
Got it. Almost certainly not. That's a 14.
Okay.
The thing about me is I'm not going to succeed on a save today. And that's just the life that I'm living. That's my
That's
reality.
29 points of cold damage.
Okay.
She's then gonna vanish and appear over here.
Fuck.
And that's Molly's turn. Sorry.
I used all my range already.
I'm sorry. Ruby, it is your turn up next with Rose on deck.
Okay, it's a damn good thing I have this magic bow that can shoot through shit. Here we go. Okay. I have absolutely no fucking clue what to do about the cage situation, and so I am just gonna move into this little right here and just tucked away and start shots. That is a nat 20, and then the other one is this is the die that killed me before, so it's being really nice today.
Yeah.
And then the other one is a 22 to hit for a total of 54 points of damage to her.
Beautiful. What does that look like?
It just looks like Ruby very quickly getting that hearth back under control. It's almost easier now that there's less of it. And kind of tamping it down, ducking into this little alcove, and then turning on Molly. And I think that these like 2 flaming arrows just like appear out of the darkness. They come out of the wall, and for a moment it looks like eye shine from some like animal hunting you in the fucking woods. And it will just come out, and both will strike her.
Yeah, the force of that causes her to take like such a step backwards that she kind of like she hits like her back hits a pillar and she kind of staggers against it with the force of these blows.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, Molly's gonna use 2 legendary actions to soul siphon as these kind of like 2 like wicked like fire arrows pierce her collarbones and she staggers against the pillar with this force. You see her breath heave, her chest heave with breath, and she reaches out a hand to into that spectral cage, and there is this like mournful, pained core this crow makes as she siphons some energy from Bernadette's soul, and she regains 30 hit points and now has advantage on her saving throws for the next round. Rose, it is your turn up next with Rodella on deck.
You got it. 2 questions for you.
Yeah.
One, just want to verify because I stepped away. We've determined breaking the mirror is a good thing to do.
It wasn't breaking the mirror, it's you can use that ability, that soul separation ability that you attuned yourself to potentially pluck Bernadette from this cage.
Oh, worm? Can I do that as a dragon, or would I have to be myself to do that?
You would have to be yourself.
Beans. Okay. But the mirror is like right here by. I almost called you Bernadette.
Right by Nadette, yeah.
Okay. Can I also? Second question. Am I able to pick Nadette up as a dragon? Does that have an action economy cost? I'm willing to spend a bonus action.
I would say bonus action, you can pick her up if you want to take her somewhere. Yeah.
Cool. Then I will, if I can, in one claw bonus action, scoop Nadette up. Free object interaction, I'd love to scoop the mirror up in my other little claw.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to fly over. Wait, that should be fine, but. Yeah, I'm gonna fly half of my fly speed. It's 80-foot fly speed is actually unbelievable. I'm gonna fly right here. Taking Nadette with me, so I'll just kind of stick it there. There you go. Unless you want to be in the front, follow your joy. And let me recharge actually to see if I get my breath weapon back. I do not. That's okay. And I will I'm gonna make a multi-attack. Because I want to try making a dragon multi-attack before I'm myself again. This is a player fun situation. So I'm going to take 2 claw attacks and a bite attack. I'm going to start with the bite. The bite attack is an 18.
To hit?
Yeah.
That hits.
Okay. And then I'm going to roll all my attacks at once if that's okay with you.
Yeah, please do.
And then the 2 claws. First one is a bajillion. It's 17 on the die plus 10. So, and then last one is a natural fucking 20, baby. Ironically, it's a natural 20 and a natural 1, but I have advantage, so it's okay.
Beautiful.
Incredible. I will do the bite damage first. Also, I'm fairly certain all of this is non-magical, if that still matters.
It does, yes.
Okay. First one is 21 points of non-magical piercing, not halved. 17 points of non-magical slashing, not halved.
Okay.
And then the nat 20, 28 points of slashing damage, not halved. And I will once again kind of spread my wings out a little bit, trying to like shield Tennant and Nadette as much as I can.
Sure thing. Would you make me an Arcana check, please?
Sure. That's only a 10.
I don't think it's high enough. I don't think you see anything.
That's okay.
Okay. All right, that is Rose's turn with who we got up on deck? Rodella.
Alrighty. I think, Rodella was planning on booking it up those stairs to try and get to Molly, and sees Molly conveniently appear right behind her and is like, oh, fuck yeah. And so turns around and is going to move within melee. And then I'm gonna channel. Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna divine.
Do your thing.
That first one is a nat 1. Nope.
Okay.
You want advantage reaction?
Well, hold on. You have the advantage from my Master of Tactics.
Ah, thank God. Okay, try that again. Let's see. That's a 22. Oh, thank God. 40 points on that first one. And then swinging again. 22 to hit. And damage is 30.
Well, he's immediately gonna do another soul siphon on Bernadette. You see as she does this, Reva, because you're kind of positioned in view of both Bernadette and that mirror, you see Bernadette's kind of like human form kind of like cry out and shudder, and she reaches a hand almost down to you, where like between the bars where you are, almost in desperation, as she is kind of like drawn at again, and Molly regains another 30 hit points.
Really quick, I'm going to bonus action turn Tide, because I think I've got quite a few people around me.
Yeah.
So everyone within 30 feet of me gets 1d6 plus 4 hit points back.
Hell yeah. It is Tennant's turn next. Let me make a... You're joking. Okay.
Joking.
I just, out of interest, I was like, can Tennant figure out what's going on with this mirror and stuff? And I made an intelligence roll and got a nat 20, which is fucking hilarious.
That's my husband! That's not your husband. Who was that?
He's smart!
Oh, he's so smart.
Okay, where am I on this map? I'm right by Rose. Okay. Let me think about this. Let me think about what I know and what I'm going to let Tennant know. So I think Tennant puts together what most of the people on the battlefield have been putting together, including Reva and Rose so far, which is this mirror seems to hold some sort of key into keeping Bernadette bound within that cage. He also, with that roll, I would say, notices what Rose failed on her previous check to not, which is whenever Molly makes that kind of like soul siphon action, it is almost as though when she draws on Bernadette's power, it both revitalizes her and destabilizes her. You see her form, this like kind of like elevated kind of hag/kraken form, flicker in and out as she draws on Bernadette's power. You see her kind of visage flickering between this like half kraken monster to hag to humanoid to hag to monster again. And Tennant, suddenly, it kind of clicks for him, and he turns to Rose and he goes, if she was what made Molly a hag, could she unmake her?
I think that Rose just looks down at Tennant with the most, like, you know the way the dragon in Shrek is animated?
Yeah.
I think that's sort of the energy in the face department, and I think that Rose just kind of, like, looks down at him and, like, cocks their head a little bit, but, like, you can see the wheels are turning.
Okay. Tennant's then going to use his movement and his action to run over here to where the mirror is, and is going to spend an action, and I'm going to make it a Arcana check about it and hope for the best.
I did take the mirror with me.
Oh,
so
you
he's
did?
technically next to it.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to stay where I am then. I'm going to actually take the mirror from you, position it kind of like on the other side of this pillar here so Molly can't see what I'm doing. I'm going to make a stealth check about it, which is great because I am stealthy, and I'm going to sneakily refocus this mirror to fully reflect this cage. As soon as he does so, hold on, let me make a check about it. Oh my god! I'm so proud of him! Look at him go! That was an 18. I don't know what my Arcana bonus is, but we're just going to say an 18 does it. That was the DC. The mirror suddenly flares with this like radiant energy, and you see now all of you, not just those kind of like attuned or kind of like most strongly linked to this mirror. You see those kind of like threads of like energy binding Bernadette to Molly and vice versa, and you see the way in which they interlock with each other and bind with that cage. And you see the kind of like as the mirror focuses, all of those threads kind of start to like hold tight and fasten. That's going to be Tennant's action. Next up is Reva with Nadette on deck.
So we're all seeing these magical threads and magical connections. Like, is there a way to figure out how to sever these threads besides like what I'm confused about is like is the path here, like the puzzle solve here, do we use the mirror to bring Bernadette out, or can we sever these links now that they're tight somehow?
So what I think your strategic mind, you kind of got this on your last roll, but you know that Rose is the only one attuned to this specific Fey ability that allows separation of soul from like vessel. So you know that with almost certainty that Rose will have to be the one to use this ability to try and separate Bernadette from this cage. You can take several actions, in order to make that job easier for her. Either distracting Molly, because you know that tenants, or you see tenants stealthing around to try and make sure that Molly doesn't see what they're doing. You know that Molly will try and stop you if she twigs onto what you're doing. So you can help Rose in that aspect by either forming a defense around Rose or trying to distract Molly.
I think the first thing that I want to do then is to sort of look over to the white crow that's trapped in this cage and just quietly go, "I'm here, your big sister is here." And then I'm going to move. All I want to do is, you know what, can I actually use my action to dash then, actually?
Sure.
And I want to get as close as possible to the throne. I think with the dash, I should be able to get to the throne. And I think I just sort of yell out, "Hey!" And then if Molly turns, I would like to just sit in her throne.
Beautiful. That's your full action?
That's it. That's everything I'm doing.
Great. She's certainly distracted. She kind of her head whirls around and she gives you this animal hiss. Nadette, you are up next with Molly on deck.
Perfect. I'm going to run forward and just grab on to Molly and just choke up on my axe and just slam holding as her collar basically, just into her head. Okay, first attack is a 22 to hit.
Yep.
Second is a 21. I keep
Yep.
doing that. Keep doing just one away. Good job, me. Okay. That's 28 regular damage and then 5 necrotic. And I'm just, I'm holding on to the back, of her. I'm not letting her go. And I think the bonus action after I take these 2 attacks is hanging off of her, almost hanging off the rope of a big ship. I think Nadette is gonna swing around to look at Rose. And it's just gonna be by the way, we haven't had time. I got engaged! And Rose, you have a decent start of inspiration.
A huge dragon maw falls open.
Holy shit, that's such
that's
a
my full
funny mental image. It is now Molly's turn. That is, that's a billion to hit Reva. You hear, Nadette, you see Molly's mouth, her lips start to move, but you don't hear any sound coming out of them. And you, Reva, on the other side of this, at the very back of this temple, you hear whispered words in your ear. It's just like a literal devil on your shoulder. You hear Molly's voice taunting you. Could you make me a wisdom save, please?
That's gonna be a 17.
That is a fail, I'm afraid. You take 12 points of psychic damage, and you must immediately use your reaction to make an attack against another creature of your choice that you can see. So it would have to be a ranged, a thrown dagger attack.
Can I choose myself?
You cannot.
Okay. Attack.
So
right.
the person closest to you, I believe, is Redella.
That's Redella, right?
Yeah.
So at this point, I'm doing this with disadvantage because it's outside of my range.
Mhm.
So we do that throughout. Do I have a choice of weapon utilization?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to use my worst dagger. This feels so bad. Well, that's an 18.
That misses.
Does not hit.
So, Redella, what do you do as kind of Reva eyes glaze over and she kind of wanders to the edge of this platform and just throws a dagger directly at you?
I think having seen Molly turn towards Reva, I see the dagger coming towards me, and I like kind of like sidestep, and it just kind of shinks off the armor, and I cast Riva just kind of like an exasperated look, and then turn back to Molly and just flip her off.
Beautiful. So that does fuck all. Ruby, you're up next with Rose on deck.
Fantastic. I think that at this point, our little vantage point, Ruby has determined that the name of the game is just distract until Rose can do what she needs to do. This isn't exactly how this spell works, but again, this is just for flavor to distract her and piss her off.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to the start of this combat, I prepared the spell Create or Destroy Water. So I imagine Molly, she's probably pretty damp, one would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that Ruby just kind of comes out from behind this pillar and cocks her head to the side and is like, a real crow simply can't provide wet feathers. And I'm gonna cast it at Molly and try to like a smell and a feeling of like fish over a campfire. Just to make her as uncomfortable as possible. Like it is just like trying to like wick all of the moisture that I know like her body probably needs off of the surface. Get those scales like sticking and dry a little bit.
That is horrifying.
Isn't that gross?
Yeah. Roll me like 2d8 damage about it, because she's a sea creature.
Okay.
So
Okay, sure. 3. I rolled a 2 and a 1.
we just kind of make her look even more horrifying, as like these kind of like scales that were once glistening in the light now kind of like shrivel and dry up. She kind of like cracks as she turns her head to you and just like gives you this dry hiss. Rose, you are up next.
That's me. Yeah, I think Rose is like sitting here, jaw agog, down at Nadette. And then, like, you see, like, a blink, and then the smell hits her, and you see her, like almost as if, like, when cartoon characters go, like, you see her, like, mentally kind of do that to, like, snap herself back into the brain space she needs to be in. And in that second of distraction from Molly, I'm gonna drop concentration on the dragon and be myself again. And there's, like, a 2-second period where I look like I want to say something to you, Nadette, and then, like, visibly force myself to go, nope, I have other things to do. And then I will walk over here. I'll use most of my movement speed to get here by Tenant. He still has the mirror, yes?
Yeah.
Gorge. And I will rest a hand over his where he's holding the mirror. And just to sanity check myself, because my brain is not working, and I'm happy to make a check about it, do I feel like the best bet is to yoink Bernadette into this mirror, or just to yoink her out with the mirror?
So, there are several things here. One, this is not the mirror you attuned to. So you're going to have to spend like a bonus action to kind of switch your attunement over. Then you would have to use your action, and you do feel... Yeah, you can't really put Bernadette in the mirror. You would just have to kind of like basically take her out of where she is.
Perfect. Then yeah, I will do just that. I will try to switch my attunement over. You said it's a check?
Yes. Bonus action, make me an Arcana check.
I'm not good at those. Okay. 10 and D20. Don't fuck me over.
You can do it with advantage because you've already used this mirror once with Sally.
Beautiful. 24.
Yeah. You immediately feel, you kind of like, you lock into the threads of this magic, and it's like you switch like a train track over, and it's like the magic flowing from yourself to the mirror you're already attuned to. You just flip it over, and you are now attuned to this one. You feel it connect and reach out a hand to you. For your action, I need you to make a charisma saving throw to kind of maintain control over this mirror's magic as you're trying to use it to extrapolate Bernadette's soul.
Does this also have advantage, or is it flat?
It's just flat.
That's a 15?
That's a fail. You can absolutely start the process of doing this, but it's not going to complete on this round. Initially, so what does it feel like when you start the process of tuning into this mirror, tuning into Bernadette, and trying to extract her from this cage?
I think that when Rose starts, it's like pure, and this is probably why it doesn't land the first time. It's like, I think her hands are shaking, and it's pure fear from the memory of pulling Sally out and watching her get dragged into the depths. And it's that fear of like never having successfully done this and knowing how important this is to everybody that she loves here. And I think similarly to the way that Bernadette has been outstretching a hand, I think Rose is using her magic to try and stretch a hand back as hard as they can.
Okay, after your turn, Molly is going to make another one of those siphons at Bernadette. You see, she does that same thing again. She reaches out a hand, and it's almost as if something interrupts the process. You feel Rose being very innately connected to the magic link between Molly and this mirror and this cage. You feel the power of that soul being drawn away, and you feel it kind of like extend like a stretched rubber band and then snap back. And you all see Molly's form flicker again and destabilize as she kind of like, almost like, you see her drop to one knee in like more of her humanoid form, and then it flickers back and she's risen up on these tentacles again as this soul siphon fails to work as she destabilizes further. And you feel that connection weaken and that essentially DC lower for next time, Rose. So it is Redella's turn next.
I think Redella's attention is on Molly, and I think she watches this kind of like destabilization happen. And I think she like, as Molly kind of like drops to her knees like in front of Redella and then like rises up again, she remembers a very similar moment of standing over Molly as she's sitting with these kind of like bruises and just like tending to her. And this feeling of like kind of sadness seeps into her a little bit at the idea of like, we're all just victims of the same situation, hurting each other. And then she remembers Molly like smacking her hand away and being like, I don't need your help. And I think Redella just kind of like goes like, there was never really any hope. And so she grabs her sword and swings. And that first hit, is a 14.
That misses.
So I think this kind of like unstable state that she's in, you know, she misses the first one. And then kind of like recenters herself. And that second one is a 28.
Yeah, that'll hit.
16 damage.
Okay. That's your full action?
Yep.
It is Tennant's turn. I'm trying to think of a way Tennant can give Rose advantage on the next one in like a gay husband way.
And then a gay husband? That doesn't sound like him. I don't know.
He did recently come out as a lesbian, so
That's true.
let me think about this. I think with this like having his hearth active inside him for the first time in like days and feeling more himself and more alive than he has in days, I think he reaches a hand out to you from he's kind of standing on the other side of this mirror, Rose, and he reaches a hand and just kind of like cups your cheek, and his palm is like really, really warm, warmer than you've ever felt it. And he just kind of like levels you. You see that orange back in his eyes again, and he goes, "You can do this." And I'm just going to give you a help action as my action, so you can do that with advantage next time. It is Reva up next with Nadette on deck.
So very deliberately, I want to move that 30 feet sort of down the stairs. And I want to make sure the sound of my boots hitting each step, like reverberate throughout the space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I want to look at Molly and yell, "You pathetic coward. The reason why we all fucking hated you is because you could never stand on your own. You always took from others. Pathetic. That's why Waylon dumped you like the trash that you are." And then I would...
Whoa!
I think I'm just gonna stand at the top of the steps.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Attention fully fixed on you. Nadette.
I think seeing everyone like start to pivot to like helping Rose with what's coming. Nadette has this instinct to help as well, but then is like, no, I literally have Molly in my grasp. Like I'm going to keep hitting her.
Yeah.
So I think it's just going to like will bonus action give another bardic to Rose and just does it by like yelling so loud that it like for a second just fills the whole cavern like, "I'm getting married to Sam!" And then it's just gonna like wail on Molly for 2 more attacks.
Beautiful.
So first attack hits. Second attack is a 19 on the die. Oh, please, I want to crit so bad. Okay. Come on.
If it's a 19 on the die and you have your special hammer, like, you can crit. Go for it. Everyone deserves to crit at least once.
Thank you. So my great axe has a bonus where when I crit using it, I get to cast Vicious Mockery for free. And it automatically, Molly fails her wisdom saving throw for this. And I think for the Vicious Mockery, I just want to like get Molly's attention, like kind of like pull her to face me. And I think the worst insult that I can give is for just a flash, my face looks like hers. Like there is no insult I can give that's more cutting than what she can give to herself. And so that's the Vicious Mockery that I give, is just as I'm wailing on her, it's her own face doing it.
Yeah.
24 regular damage and 4 necrotic.
Okay.
And then my max damage I can do is another 12 plus 5 on top of that, so another 8.
Okay. Nadette, you wail on her with your axe. You kind of like taunt her in her face, wearing Molly's own face, and you damage her so badly that once again her form flickers out from this kind of like half kraken form back into her naturalized hag form and stays like that as she loses her evolved form. And you are just now holding her several inches above the ground as kind of like her wet kind of like hag scales kind of slide and slip under your grip. It is Molly's turn now, and she spits blood in your face, and you feel like the air start to charge with magic. For just a moment, all of you see around you as she attempts to draw this illusion of all of you in various dying positions on the ground. And then as Rose's curse settles in, those forms just flicker and fade away. And she looks around just completely like, what the fuck? Like, you know, and you see her again and again with her mind, because this is all she can use right now. She tries to kill you again and again in her mind, and these dead bodies flicker on the floor and fade away, and flicker on the floor and fade away as this phantasmal killer just eats itself alive and just dies. And her action is wasted. She cannot cast this spell. Ruby, it is your turn up next.
Ruby looks at Molly slowly but surely losing, looks at Rose and Tennant at the mirror, is trying to figure out a way to help. I think she catches a glimpse of Bernadette's face. This face that she does not remember at all from when she was alive. This face that she has only seen in other memories. And more recently, trading her own soul. And I think that the guilt of all of that overwhelms her. I think she doesn't know what to do or how to help. But she looks back over her shoulder, not in the mirror, but at a bird in a cage. And that, there's something that she can do that. So I'm gonna move over to the cage, and I think that Ruby gets down on one knee, and just like she was doing for those souls in the mines at the seance, saying their names, speaking to them, just murmuring in these soft whispered words, the way that you speak to a frightened animal, telling her it's gonna be okay, that there's something beyond this. She'll be able to fly free. And I am going to try to use that to give Rose the help action. Stacked advantage going.
Rose, you can now, on your turn, make that charisma save again with advantage and with stacked advantage and with this DC lowered and all your additional bardics and everything.
Can I pitch you something really stupid as a bonus action before I make this check?
Yeah.
So we all know two things about Rose. That she's fueled by other people's approval and that she's fueled by spite. Can I combine the success of the illusion failing and everyone rallying around her to inspire myself as a bonus?
Yeah! Yeah!
Thank you. I believe that's a 23?
Let's go.
Talk to me about what this feels like for Rose.
I think Rose still, like, pushing all of her, like, magic and focus in the direction of Bernadette, like an outstretched hand. Like, feeling, like, the warmth, literal and, like, metaphorical warmth of the people around her that she loves. Hearing, like, the joy in Adette's voice at the promise of good things after this. I think as Rose, like, stretches this like, magic hand out in Bernadette's direction, Rose imagines all the people in her life she hasn't been able to save, and all the moments she needed someone to save her, and all the moments when it just didn't work. And there's just this moment thinking about this wedding coming up, thinking about her kids, where she just, like, has this steely resolve of someone who says, no, there are good things after this. And that last, like, stretch manages to grab Bernadette, and, like the way you catch a bird, just, like, gently grasp her and pop her out.
Ruby crouched by this cage. You see, like, Bernadette's kind of, like, outstretched bird figure flicker and disappear entirely for a minute, and, like, your breath catches in your throat of, like, oh god, what's gone wrong? And then you see the kind of, like, threads of magic piecing this cage together just start to, like, unravel and dissolve. And the cage kind of, like, bar by bar falls to pieces. And you hear in the background Nadette, as you kind of, like, grip Molly's, she understands finally what you guys have all been doing, and she just roars with this, like, rage and desperation that peters off into something more low and, like, desperate and, like, less monstrous and more human. And suddenly there is this, like, brilliant flash of radiance, more luminous than anything Molly could ever promise herself to be. This white crow rematerializes outside of the cage, above you all, wings outstretched, and she makes this, like, beautiful, haunting cry. And you see Molly's form start to deteriorate. The seaweed in her hair drops and falls to the ground. These kind of, like, wide fish eyes turn more human. That wide shark-like grin, which is kind of, like, bent and twisted in this snarl, just becomes the thin, papery lines of a bitter old woman. as Molly turns from hag to human to something dead for a long time. She looks at you all kind of like completely drained of any power. Nothing more than an undead woman. And just in this like shaking, weak voice. You could kill me, but you have no idea what you'll be enacting if you do. Go ahead, do it.
I think in this moment, like looking around this chamber at her family, I think she sees them all as birds. And she thinks about the cage that she has weaved around releasing. And she thinks and remembers her nightmare of all of these birds flying away. And I think the sound of her boots reverberate as I approach and slit Molly's throat.
In one swift motion, black blood spreads down her chest. She goes limp in your arms, Nadette. And the walls of this temple start to tremble and crumble. As piece by piece this temple collapses around you. And there's a moment where you see this huge pillar of coral crumble and kind of dives towards you, Rose, but then there is this brilliant shine of radiant light. And when the light fades and when the spots finish blooming in front of your eyes, you are standing once more in Molly's cavern, right underneath that storm portal. In the distance, the ship of Hell's Gate is no more. There is only the ocean. And then a voice. Riva.
I'm here. And I think tears like flow from my eyes.
You feel a hand on your arm with force that shouldn't be possible turn you, and you turn around, and this spectral figure of your sister, not in the moment of her death, but in the moment as you remember her alive and yellow-eyed, looks back at you. Hi.
Thank you.
I was really badass.
I have a good crew.
Bernadette looks around at the rest of you. Yeah, I can see that. She raises a finger to your face and wipes a tear from one of your kind of crow's feet at the edge of your eyes. You got grey in your hair.
Shut up, you're dead.
She looks at you, Rodella. and reaches out and kind of like tucks like a piece of white hair behind your ear. And some of that whiteness recedes, and those deep crow's feet around your face that Molly placed there recede as well. As those ages, those years that Molly burdened you with are lifted free. That's about as good as I can do, but I think you look a little, better.
I think Gradella just kind of reaches out, and I don't know if she can touch her if her hand just kind of goes through. But she just says, "Hi, sweetheart. We've missed you."
She turns to the siblings and goes, "My babies," and just like holds out her hands.
I think that Ruby looks for all the world like just a shy kid, like resisting the urge to hide behind her mom's.
She kind of goes to Tennant. She places a kiss on his head. He's in floods of tears, and she goes, "You're so tall." And she looks at you, Nadette, and goes, "You're so beautiful." And she looks at you, Ruby, and you're so brave, all of you.
I think Ruby clears her throat, kind of wipes her eye. But if you lose your way over there, I've got a friend who can show you out. You Cole and Lance.
She kind of looks at you, Nadette. A little bit of a frown between her eyebrows.
I'm sorry they wasted your name on me.
She like reaches up and she kind of like pinches your nose a bit and goes, "Nadette Crowcolt, you're so full of shit."
It's like tears. He looks down and doesn't say anything else.
She kind of like lifts your chin up with like a finger under the chin and goes, "I'm sorry I didn't know you in my life, but I'm so glad that I know you in this one."
Me too.
She kind of looks past you and looks at Rose, and her eyes kind of fill with like tears of gratitude, and she goes, "You are magnificent." Look at you.
I think Rose gets like very sheepish, like in a very similar way, looks like kind of like a kid, and it just sort of like smiles a little bit, still like sweat dampened, I think, from the energy that she's poured into this, and just, "Hi, it's nice to meet you. I've had a lot of really good things about you."
She gives you just like a genuine, like brilliant smile. And kind of like reaches out to like squeeze your hand. You feel like the coldness of it. You feel a slight pressure there, but it's not quite corporeal.
I think Rose like unfolds her fingers as if to try to reach back, even though they can't.
I know that one's a handful. She kind of like nods towards Tennant. "So thank you for looking after him for me."
Kind of like laughs a little bit and then glances over to Tennant and goes, and then looks back at her with a little bit of like a, It's, you don't have to thank me for a thing. It's an honor. Busy. But...
She takes a step back from the group of you. You see her look around a little bit, and she goes like, "Oh, come on," and like holds out a hand. And then another hand materializes and holds hers as Henry steps out of the ethereal plane to take her hand, now fully realized. Again, not in death, but in life. Hair bouncy and curly, freckled cheeks, way too tall and lanky for his own good. He looks at all of you and just says, "You're all brilliant. Really."
I think Rodella, her shoulders like relax, and I think just the knowledge that these two people who were kind of like the light of very dark moments and had brought so much like joy and so much love into her life are finally able to be free. And I think she reaches out and grips Reba's hand and just smiles and reaches out and touches Henry's face. And, you know, hand doesn't quite touch, but I think maybe she brushes a curl and maybe it flutters a little bit. And she just says, "Thank you so much for what you brought to our lives." And thank you for helping us now. I think we'll be in a much, much better place moving forward.
Henry kind of leans in and this like coldness kind of touches your forehead as he rests it against yours. "Go be happy. You deserve it." Bernadette leans into you, Reva. "It's not goodbye. It never was."
I think I hug my sister. And I promise I will take a very, very, very long time to see you now.
I believe you. As you embrace each other, as Henry embraces you, Rodella, rain starts to fall from that portal above you. Not the rain of the storm, but the rain of Dorithium. The rain that you have grown up being comforted by, being soothed to sleep by, that has washed away so much blood from that planet, that has sent you to sleep and greeted you as you woke. And in this moment, as the rain falls around you, you feel those two figures, Reva and Rodella, melt away, and you feel the rain take you somewhere else. And that is where we're going to end today's session. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to you guys, my players, for being so cool and badass. And we'll see you next time. Until then, kaka. Bye.